Thank you. I'd like to call to order the July 24th public meeting of the Vernon Township Board of Education. Do a roll call.
Mr. Smaglia. Mr. Catino. Mr. Fisher.
Here.
Mr. Kraus.
Here.
Ms. Pellet.
Here.
Mr. Sweeney.
Here.
Ms. Vaccarello. Mr. Zimmerman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Okay, let's get our new members sworn.
Do solemnly swear or affirm
That I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
As the governments established in the United States and this state under the authority of the people, so help me God.
and to the governments established in the United States and this state under the authority of the people, so help me God. I, Carolyn Ross,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I possess the qualifications prescribed by the law for the office of Member of Board of Education,
that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law for the office of Member of a Board of Education,
and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of that office according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of that office according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Oh, Stephanie, you got moved up.
Over here, Carolyn.
Moving up in the world.
Moving up in a world. Welcome back.
And Carolyn, if you could flip your name tag.
Oh, yeah, to make your name visible? Perfect, yay. All right.
Hey, Steph. Good, how you doing?
Oh, you're all set. So we'll do another roll call to reflect.
Mr. Smaglia. Mr. Catino.
Here.
Mr. Fisher.
Here.
Mr. Kraus.
Here.
Ms. Pellet.
Here.
Dr. Ross.
Here.
Mr. Sweeney.
Yeah. Here.
Ms. Vaccarello.
Here.
Mr. Zimmerman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Okay, it is recommended that the board enter closed session for the purposes of discussing legal, personnel, and student matters. All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
We need
We need a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Carl. Second.
Second.
Sorry. Let's get that next time. John. Okay, now we're.
You know what's funny? They probably changed one thing, but I feel so.
Yeah, I know.
disappointed.
Thank you. Okay, it is recommended that the board return to open session. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Carl, second.
Seconded by
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're in open. Roll call, Mr. Slamb, when you're ready.
Mr. Semaglia? Mr. Semaglia?
Here.
Mr. Catino?
Here.
Mr. Fisher?
Here.
Mr. Kraus?
Here.
Ms. Pellet?
Here.
Dr. Ross?
Here.
Mr. Sweeney?
Here.
Ms. Vaccarello?
Here.
Mr. Zimmerman?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Please rise and join me.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon in accordance with provisions of the Act. Vernon Township Board of Education has caused notice this meeting to be published, and adequate notice has been provided, and notice this meeting has been properly posted in accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meeting Law. Just a quick note that our next public session meeting is August 21st.
Thank you. Item H, approval of minutes.
And just, do you want me to read through the extra notes?
Yeah.
Just a quick note, we also have items 4, 5, 6, and 7, and those are meeting minutes from the superintendent search meetings. That's May 17th, May 19th, May 27th, and June 4th.
Those are in the front of your binder, everybody. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Carl? Second. Stephanie? Does anyone have any questions or comments about the minutes? No? Seeing none, we will vote.
Mr. Fisher?
Aye.
Mr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Pellet?
Yes.
Dr. Ross?
Abstain?
Mr. Sweeney?
Abstain from items 1, 4, 5, and 6.
Yep, thank you.
Otherwise, yes.
Ms. Vaccarello?
Yes.
Mr. Zimmerman? Mr. Semaglia?
Yes.
Mr. Contino?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item I, President's Report. Congratulations and a big welcome to Dr. Ross, our newest board member.
Thank you.
For stepping up to serve us through the end of the year. We've had a huge, long stretch since our last meeting of the full board, which came on the heels of many, many meetings, so that was lovely. But we're going to dive back in tonight with a discussion of the board self-evaluation findings with Ms. Mitchell helping us out with that. But first, today will be the last Board of Ed meeting for our superintendent, Russ Rogers. And Russ, the board would like to present you with this plaque for your years of service. I'm going to read it first. They all know. Russell Rogers, Superintendent of Schools, Vernon Township School District. With deep appreciation for your unwavering commitment, inspiring leadership, and years of service that enrich the lives of students, staff, and the community. I hate pictures too. Vinny, can you do that? Yeah, right. Couldn't let it escape without a picture. I'm sorry. Okay. And now we are going to, it's recommended that we adjourn for a short, not adjourn, we enter a short recess for refreshments to celebrate Mr. Rogers. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
And we roll call that, or can I all in favor?
You can do all in favor. Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, let there be cake.
There's cake.
Thank you. It's recommended that the board return to open session. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, item J, Mrs. Mitchell. Yay.
So, hi, everybody. Thanks for having me in again. And thank you for doing the board self-evaluation. I know it's a little bit of a heavy lift, but it's like really super important to do. Probably mostly because you want to build your governance skills. And, you know, we go ahead and we do an evaluation of the superintendent every single year, so we really should evaluate ourselves, right? So, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. This year is brand new. It's the board self-evaluation is about 15 years old. This year, this rendition of it is brand new. Thank you. So you'll see in your packet that there's a overview. That's the one that I'm going to work off of now. And then you have a full copy of all the comments that were made and all the scoring that was made. That's underneath there. But we're going to just work off of the overview. And usually this is done in like a retreat setting. But because it's summertime and you have the one meeting, we decided to put it into this meeting. So just pretend that you're in a retreat setting. And it's supposed to be very discussion-based. So when we go through it, we get the most out of it if we talk about the comments. So what I'll do is I'll read off the glowing remarks that you did about yourself in each bucket, and then I'll talk about the growth indicators, some of the things that you said, you know what, we need a little bit more improvement on that. So those are the grows. And then once I get done reading that, we'll have that discussion for each individual topic, and there's 6 of them. So we'll start with vision, mission, and goals. So the glowing remarks that you said about yourselves was that you ensure that the superintendent develops a measurable plan to achieve the district goals and engages in regular discussion about the progress. That was one of your highest indicators at a 3. Now, just keep in mind that the highest score is a 4, so a 3 is quite good. The other glowing remark that you said about yourselves is that you have effective use of committees. You worked really, really hard on the committees this year, and it really showed. There was very many comments about how you felt about the committees and how they're functioning. So great job with that. That was actually one of your goals, and you achieved that. And then another glowing remark was that, that you demonstrate through the vision, mission, and goals your focus on student achievement. That was a high indicator at a 3 as well. Some of the growth indicators that you had said was that developing goals, that you wanted to see a little bit of an enhancement of the process of developing those goals, and then the measurement of success. You wanted to talk about that and see if you can enhance that process. One of the direct quotes that I took out for a growth indicator was that the board often lacks direction and needs to clearly articulate a list of priorities. The district desperately needs to do a strategic plan. So that's something that was a direct quote out of some of the comments that you made, and we'll talk about that shortly. Another growth indicator was to schedule more time to revisit and reaffirm the vision, mission, and goals currently. And like, because you only have one meeting per year that you actually talk about the vision, mission, and goals, the board member felt that you really needed to have more time spent on that. And I put in little parentheses that to see a possible change in the agenda. At the back of your packet, there's a strategic agenda, and that's based on the book, The Governance Core, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But that really helps guide you in your board meeting to talk about strategic focus, and specifically the vision, mission, and goals and student achievement. Another growth indicator was that the board would like to see you revisit and reaffirm and revise your vision, mission, and goals regularly to ensure consistency of purpose. That was actually the lowest indicator, so that needed to be a bigger growth indicator there. And then another growth also at a 2.57 is ensures that the mission, vision, and goals are clearly articulated, to all the district stakeholders and progress updates are communicated. So those are some of the growth indicators. And what I'd like to do now is, having said that, let's just talk about where you are and where you'd like to be, and possibly how do you get there?
Okay, Carl?
Oh, okay.
Oh, you seemed like you wanted to say something. I'm so sorry.
I think having a strategic, that was my comment that you read.
Oh,
Having a
okay.
strategic
You
planning.
didn't have to identify yourself.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know,
you
but I
did.
wanted to.
Okay, that's all good.
I wanted to. I think we really should do strategic planning. I think that's one of the best moves we could make to really make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable to what we set out to do. Because like I said, I feel like we all have really good intentions. We're all very student-centered. We have the best priorities, but we need to have a long-term plan that we can check in on periodically and make sure that we're on track.
Yeah, so we do a very intense process of a strategic plan that we facilitate through New Jersey school boards, and it would be a 5-year strategic plan. We have community input sessions where all stakeholders come in and break out into small groups, and we have 3 different meetings that help guide that. Once all that's done, all that data is collected and handed over to the administration so they could do action plans for that strategic plan. And then that gives you that 5-year look, vision, and goal setting. So you can then pull the goals out of the strategic plan once that's done. And a lot of districts do that customarily.
Yeah, I believe the last time Vernon did a strategic plan was in 2014, right? Or somewhere around there. It was about 10 years
12
ago.
or 14, yeah, something like that. So it's been quite some time.
Mhm.
So, great thought process on that. And clearly could be a board goal and a district goal, right?
Mhm.
Charlie?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think part of what we're doing now, I know some of it is required, right? But what we're doing is actually, I'm glad we're going in this direction. I mean, we're in education, so we should also be educating ourselves, right? We're preaching people to be educated, then we should make sure we're educated as well. And I think we have a young board, well, I guess it's split, right? I'm talking about how long they've been on the board.
How long?
Yeah, and, but even like,
Watch it.
even somebody who's been here the longest, Joe, I see him at the conference every year. He's always learning, he's got a
Just
couple.
got my master board member.
That's right.
Yes.
And I think that's a trend that we have to keep continuing to do, is do these sessions with school boards and just keep on growing that way. Because, we all come in here with ideas of what the board's supposed to do and how it's supposed to act, and then it takes 3 months, we realize that's all wrong, and then we have to re-educate ourselves. So I
Yeah.
think this is great, what we're doing.
Well, thanks for saying that. Yeah, I think it's a great thing. When I was a board member, I wish that I knew that something like this existed, because I think that it's super helpful and it sharpens our governance skills. So I think it's really important. And they say that when you do focus on all of this and help improve your governance skills, you're moving the needle for student achievement. And that's really very super important. And that's our primary goal as a board member. So thanks for saying that, Charlie. Anybody else on thoughts about mission, vision, goals?
I mean, I do think that we did set goals and then kind of set them aside. And so I like what you suggested with the revisiting on a regular basis. I think that would help us to make sure that we're not neglecting the goals. And I also like the idea of tying them to the committees now that we're a board of committees. Each committee should maybe have a goal linked to it in order to make sure that we're covering them in a robust way.
Yeah, so a lot of boards, what they do is they build it right into their agenda, and that strategic agenda on the back of your packet. It helps allow for a lot more discussion based on the goals, and it keeps that focus very, very strategic on student achievement. So a lot of times when we're making the agenda, we're just kind of checking the boxes of the things that we have to do, and those are important things, but we never allow ourselves time for the discussion on student achievement, strategic planning, all of that focus. So this type of example of the agenda helps build that in. And then we do a training on the governance core. If you choose to use this agenda, we can do that training, and it's really helpful to set a growth mindset on that and a governance mindset. So something that we could do at a later date, but I just wanted to put that in there, just an example of what you could do for that focus. Another idea is that a lot of districts do a vision and mission, like little seminar with the community itself, and do like little breakout groups on thought process on that. And that's how the board comes up with the mission and vision statements. I believe that our mission and vision statements haven't been updated in quite some time, and so that might be an exercise that you all can engage in. And it helps with the community engagement piece that Carl's community engagement, communications,
Community relations.
Community Relations Committee is doing such a great job. And so that could be a goal of theirs, you know, so. Anybody else on mission, vision, and goals? So normally as part of this retreat, when we do the board self-evaluation, we do goals. We do board goals and district goals. But we're putting that aside until next time so that we can circle in our new superintendent with that discussion. Okay, so then we'll move on to policy, and policy was like amazing. Policy was 3.45. It was the highest indicator out of all of the categories, so great job to the committee. That was one of the glowing remarks that you said about yourselves, was that it was really effective use of the policy committee. Charlie, I believe you're the chair of that. Congratulations on that. That was a lot of work, heavy lift, right? But certainly worth it because all the board members have commented on that. So great job there. Another glowing remark is that you provide the opportunity for feedback on new and revised policies prior to final adoption. It's really super important to, you have the 2 readings, but you allow for that discussion as well. And that's really super important. Another glowing remark that you said was that you review, update, and adopt policies and procedures and bylaws annually or as required. That was your highest indicator at a 3.57. Areas of growth was to incorporate policy into strategic plan and collaborate with other committees. So maybe have like a cross-section when they involve other committees in the topic. And then creating AI policies. That's a growth indicator for a lot of boards right now because most boards don't have the AI policies. So we actually, our first Sussex County meeting is going to incorporate AI policy. We're going to have somebody from New Jersey School Boards, from the corporate office speak on that. And then we're going to have some board members that have done a really great job with AI policies speak at that meeting. So that might be something that you want to mark on your calendar for October. It's going to be a really good meeting there. So let's just talk about those growth indicators. Anybody on that? On policy.
Charlie, do you want to talk about the AI policy? Because we have actually been
Yeah.
working on that, right?
Yeah, I can talk about that. Yeah, actually, I mean, just overall, I'm glad that people see that we work hard, and you know, obviously, I'm the chair of it, but it's a team, right? A team effort, and we, you know, Russ is always there, John's there, Brian's there, and she's not here anymore, so it doesn't matter.
Shout out to Nancy, too.
Nancy, oh, thank God for Nancy. And Vinny's come a couple times, and, you know, we work together, and it's not, doesn't stop there, because when we come out to the board and I present the notes and everyone, you know, still asks questions. And we're there to answer the questions, and I think we're flowing in the right direction. We did start the AI policy. We're waiting for the technology to skip, which is actually one of the goals, right? Working with another committee, so we're working with the technology committee to actually take a look at that. And I think we're going to pass it over to curriculum afterwards to get their feedback and then present it to the board. So, and yeah, I don't know if I want to talk too much about it. Are we going to talk about policy
I
later?
just meant to
Yeah.
note that
overall.
that you are, it says creating, so we are in the process of creating.
Yeah, yeah, so both our growths we're actually working towards
Yes,
already, so
which is
it's
nice.
it's
Yeah,
actually
that's
very
great.
good, so
Yeah.
I guess we noticed it too.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, policy is not the most exciting committee, right? So,
I love it.
We never had one, right? This is a new, it's a new committee.
It was a
Right?
goal.
It was
It was like
board
bundled-
committee, right? It was
Yeah.
a committee of the board last time for years.
For years, the
I
entire
believe that
board.
Yeah,
Dr. Ross put that on as a goal when she was working on it before
Oh.
as a board member, and we followed up on it. I remember you doing that.
I do remember Charlie too, really pushing us on that to make sure we had the committee for that, and yeah, I think it sounds like it's fulfilling your wildest dreams.
It's one of the most important functions of a board, and we didn't have a committee on it until recently, so it's,
that's our next policy is to have fun at the policy committee.
There's no such thing, George.
I won't be there, but the Strauss estimate just came up with their policy update, so you'll have that to go over as well. So you have plenty of other things to grow on as well.
Fun stuff. And Charlie, if you're so good at it, you might want to talk at
oh, there you go.
our Sussex County meeting, because we are looking for guest speakers on that, so.
Well, I'm a little shy, sometimes I don't like to ask questions.
Okay, so we're going to move on to student achievement, and student achievement, you scored a 3.04, so that's good stuff. Let's see. So the glowing remarks, you said that you ensure fair and equitable educational opportunities are available for all students. That was the highest indicator at 3.7. And then also a glowing remark is effective use of curriculum committee, that you meet monthly, you monitor the progress of the committee, and you review the data to improve student achievement. And we all know that Jen's committee reports are stellar, so great job with that and curriculum committee. And then growth indicators ensures communication to the public links of our decisions for student achievement data. That was a low indicator at 2.43, so we'll chat about that in a little bit. A direct quote from some of the growth indicators: that the board and administration could and should do better at recognizing staff and student achievements. Communications about initiatives and achievements should be pushed out on multiple platforms rather than just at board meetings. So I know that you all do a great job at celebrating our staff and our students at board meetings, but this quote was, to say, put it out on all the mediums that you have. So why don't we chat about the communication with the student achievement data, because that seemed to be the lowest indicator. So what are your thoughts on how to improve that?
Yay, Carl.
Oh, wait, Ray wants to talk, and I've talked already.
Oh, okay, right.
So they actually say it in the second one, do celebrate stuff like today, that presentation here, about the scores, maybe we need to push it out beyond the meeting. Kind of answers it in the next comment, So,
I think it goes hand in hand with community relations. It's something that our committee has been working towards, creating a better mode of just communication with members, stakeholders in the community. When there are achievements to celebrate or when there's news to spread, a lot of times if you're not watching the board meeting or monitoring the website, it's hard to have a cohesive idea of what's going on, because every school has its own Facebook and digital well, not Facebook, but they have their own ways of communicating, where if we were a little bit more consistent and we had more platforms, it might be easier for people to be in the loop.
Yeah.
So whoever wrote that, I agree with.
I was thinking, because one thing we all get is the advertiser, right? Maybe it's something we can look at putting a little corner in there, or that new Vernon magazine that comes out. Yeah, Vernon
That might
Living.
be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean.
You want to be on the front page with
You
your
wanna be on
picture,
the front
right?
page.
He loves publicity, Charlie. The advertiser news, right? It used to send a report, this is, I think, has been changed. They used to send a reporter to meetings, and they actually covered meetings, or they drew it from the video, but they kind of stopped doing that, and so it sort of fell by the wayside. Maybe we need to do sort of like an update for them, or sort of almost
Send it
like a
over.
press release or something. And I notice here, and I don't know if I might have written this because I do agree with it, but it says the board should, and I know we communicate, the staff communicates to the students and the parents and, I'm sure to one another, but the board never communicates other than here, really. We don't try to get our message out, and I don't know if we even understand if we're allowed to do that. There's been some talk about not ever commenting on social media if you're on the board. So I don't know how we do that, but it would be a good idea for us to figure out what's allowed or what's good, like best practice in terms of getting to the public so that people see the good things, because they mostly read, Facebook, which is not always a positive, so.
And it's not always accurate,
And it's not
so
always
if it comes directly
Yeah,
from
it's not our
the
message, it's
district,
somebody
yeah.
else's idea of what is happening, so.
Yeah.
I
Right?
have a question.
Yeah.
Does the board itself have any social media?
No, we in fact, years ago, were basically told, if you're on the board, you should not comment, you should not post, you should not anything,
No, I get that, but
Yeah.
I'm wondering why we as a
Board
board
don't.
don't have a social
because
media.
one of us would probably have to
Deal with it.
take hold of
Just to,
that, right?
release
Yeah,
statements or,
I mean, we did push out some positives at one point when we did the carnivals, right? And the drive-in,
yeah.
when the district was doing things, sometimes, the president would post about them to try to
I'd
get
like to
art
volunteer
standing.
Carl to do it, because he's the head of that committee.
Yay,
Oh,
Carl.
yeah, your community relations.
Okay, social media, totally different ballgame. I've learned a lot about social media lately and why I shouldn't say that much. So I think that it would be pertinent for someone from who works for the district to control that, because you can't have one board member speaking for
That's
9.
right.
The only person who really has that authority would be the board president, and even then, you'd
Yeah.
have to verify that we're all okay with what we're saying. So aren't there some boards that have a PR rep or someone, I don't think we have the money for it, but
Well, I
still.
mean, in very, high-end districts, maybe.
Yeah.
But, some boards do like a little board corner on the district website, but it's controlled by the administration. Just to give little snippets of what the board's working on, or, some achievements of the board. And it's just like sit there on the, on the website itself. You could definitely do a little board corner. Social media is a slippery slope, and we could get ourselves in a lot of trouble with that one. So we kind of shy away as board members from social media, but certainly, I love Jen's idea of the newspaper and getting it out to the newspaper. I have my district, Manchester Regional, the superintendent will engage the newspaper and say, you know what, the board just got certified, and I want you to come on in and do something on that and take pictures and things like that. So, that's something that is controlled and I think is a good idea. Social media is a very difficult, slippery slope that can cause a lot of ethics problems. So,
Well, I'm not talking about putting any sort of opinions or anything else out there. I'm talking about just straight announcements.
yeah,
The board will be meeting on Thursday, or, this committee did this, just straightforward information.
yeah,
You know,
and that's super important.
Either on social media, or we do have a section on the district website.
Yeah.
Page.
Yeah,
What about, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
what about it, like a little hybrid of this is, why don't we push it, the district has one, like, right, don't you guys have an X account, Instagram?
Yeah,
Because
Instagram, Facebook.
we can, because I don't think we have enough to talk about, like, for a whole, we meet a couple of times, once a month now, and 7 committees, 8 committees, right?
A lot of committees.
But, that's a week's worth
Count
of
the
news.
Who runs the
So
district
we-
social media?
We can send them over something.
it's a stipend position. I believe the person just, no.
Retired, but we have a new one, don't we?
Right, well, the high school is our main. Yeah,
Vinny does it?
that person just
No,
retired.
no, Vinny does not do it. No, we're not going to do that to Vinny.
Very good, okay.
Usually, you'll see me forward throughout the year. I'll forward some Instagram posts and Facebook posts from usually the high school about events and some of the achievements the kids have had.
Yeah. So years ago, Vernon did podcasts, and they had a lot of views. And that showcased a lot of different things. It showcased some of the things that the board was doing. It showcased staff and the students, and that was super popular. So that might be something to revisit as well. Anybody else? Okay. Then we'll move on to governance team and relationships and accountability, which was a 3.25. So some of the glowing remarks is that you complete the annual performance evaluation of the CSA by July 1. Yay! That is in statute, and it's very, very important, but not all boards do that, so congratulations. That's awesome. Another glowing remark is exercises its authority only as a board of a whole at meetings and recognizes that no individual board member has the authority to take independent action on behalf of the board. That's the highest indicator at 3.8. And congratulations on that, because that's a very difficult thought process to get through to a lot of board members. So if you're collectively doing that and understand that, it's super important. And it strengthens your team. So that's wonderful. Another glowing remark is that the board is cohesive, respectful to each other, and unified. That's really super important. Not all boards have that. They have a lot of drama. So I saw how unified you were with the superintendent search. You did a great job with that. And that was a heavy lift. And everybody had little different opinions and everything, but everybody listened to each other and was very respectful to each other. So kudos to you, because that does get a little emotional, and you did a great job on that. Another comment was that the board president sets a great example. So kudos to you, Jen, for setting a great example and running the meeting very, very well. That was a comment in there. So, so great job, first year board president and doing a stand-up job. So kudos to you. Some of the growth indicators was that you need a effective in-district orientation for new members. That was a lowest indicator of 2.6. So that's something that you all collectively said that really needs some improvement. Another growth indicator adopts explicit goals for the board, distinct from district goals. It's really super key and important that board goals are very, very different than district goals. So board goals is something that the board sets for themselves, and it's usually based around a governance growth type of mantra. And district goals are, sometimes derived from that strategic plan, and also with the board and the administration coming together and talking about the direction of the district. So very, very different, and we'll talk about that in the workshop next when we do goals. And then holds itself accountable for the accomplishments. So that is something that you said that you really wanted to increase that monitoring, and that's just basically building it into the agenda. And then there was a comment about the twice monthly meetings that would allow more opportunity for interaction and allow the board members more opportunities to provide feedback. So I know that you went to one meeting a month, but there was some comment about whether that was the best course of action. So let's just chat about some of these growths for a second. John?
Okay. I want to talk about the effective in-district orientation for new members.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything like
No,
that.
we've no.
When I first got elected 4 years ago, I was thrown into the deep end and I had to swim. I had a lot of studying, a lot of listening, but nobody talked to me and said, well, this is how this works, other than the Governance 1 class that you have to
Right,
take, right?
right.
And I came from education, so I knew a lot of stuff, but I didn't know what was going on here just yet.
Yeah.
So I think we need to maybe even have a committee that orients new members once they get elected onto here. I think that's very, very important.
Yeah.
People walk on with certain ideas that they come from the public, and now I'm a board member, I'm gonna do this, but you can't do that until when you find out. So I think we need that.
We
So there you
definitely,
go.
yeah, we definitely need to do more in that regard. And I went to a meeting of a leadership thing at the New Jersey School Boards had, and I was talking to a woman who had onboarding at her district, and they're each assigned a mentor, which I think we a little informally, like Brian was very, good about talking to people. Like you met with the staff, and then you met with me and Charlie, and Stephanie as well. So we did it sort of informally, but this was a mentoring program where each new member is assigned to a longer-term member, and that longer-term member can kind of help them with any questions and kind of talk them through some things. And I thought that was a nice idea. And they also got in her district a binder with, which I know we're moving away from paper, but we have our drive, and we do have the drive, and it has all the historic background and things like that for each committee, and it has a lot of background material. But we don't really push that on people so much as we say, oh, we have this drive, go here and find things. So maybe we need to be a little bit more, have like a new member, section of our drive that would maybe give them sort of like, oh, and we do have our template for for what to do if you're a committee chair, how often you should meet with your committee. And so we have some things, but it needs to all be kind of pulled together and added to make it, I think, a more cohesive onboarding
Yeah,
program.
a lot of
Because people
districts have
really
like a handbook,
Yeah,
So
something like that.
they work really hard on that, though. So initially, it's a heavy lift.
Yeah.
And then once you have it, right? So you just need to update it every once in a while. But, you might want to form like an ad hoc committee to work on that handbook and then go ahead and have that. I think that is super helpful.
Yeah.
Stephanie,
Another
when
committee, yay.
when you were brand new, did you feel like you were kind of like floundering?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
because you would,
very
yeah.
much
So
so.
you would have benefited from a handbook.
I
or-
definitely would have. Everyone helped me with any
Oh, I'm sure.
questions I
Yeah,
ever had,
yeah.
of course. And I learned a lot from Mr. Fisher, of course, because he was always asking questions.
Yeah,
And, it helped me. Sometimes I wasn't even sure what to ask, to be honest with you.
yeah.
So I think that would be a great idea.
yeah.
Great idea.
I think we should use Gemini and make a bot, an AI bot to do it.
Is that in policy yet, Mr. Smedley?
I know, we can do that.
We have a
I
policy.
think a human is
So-
necessary.
But, it would be, what I'm thinking too is, maybe a new person spends time with the policy committee to learn the rules and learn the stuff, and then spend time with the budget, because it's two of the biggest parts of our job, right? Budget committee and policy. So the third one, I think would be collective, right? Because I don't think we have one that, or maybe negotiations committee can do, or relations or something, I don't know, could do the other part, superintendent.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe each chair can sit with a new person and talk about their committee and what the committee works on and the hot things going on. I know, Mr. Slamb usually sits with the new board member at some point and walks them through the finances, right? You always do that, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's something, I've seen in other districts where you have like a formal sit down for every, new board member with usually like the superintendent, maybe the BA, maybe the board president.
Yeah, yeah, because you start in January and then you're heading right into budget season, so.
Yeah. And that's hard. And when you're sitting at the table and you don't know what questions to ask, it's uncomfortable. Right? So that sounds like a really great board goal.
I really love that idea of assigning a mentor. I can say when I first got on the board, every board member who was there at the time, which includes Mr. Kraus, Mr. Zimmerman, Mr. Sweeney, Mrs. Mitchell, and Ms. Pellet, every time I had a question, you guys were always there for me, and you all seemed to have my best interest in growth as a board member in mind, and that made me feel so supported. And the idea of assigning a mentor who's there to guide a new member, especially if you picked someone who may not always agree with that person, showing them that critical thinking and that back and forth is a part of a functioning democracy. I really like that idea. And I'm lucky that I kind of had that.
And then the other growth indicator was a comment about the twice monthly meetings. Any thought on that?
Yeah. Brian,
I
never
don't
quit.
think we're far enough in it to make a decision yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, I think May was our first month where we did one meeting.
Okay.
And we agreed it was a hybrid experiment, right? So I really don't think we're far enough in.
I think
It has
we,
been a long gap, as you mentioned earlier, it's been a long gap since the middle of June.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I just feel like I have to reintroduce myself.
Yeah, yeah, it did. It felt really kind of, you almost felt disconnected a little bit, right?
And maybe with the new superintendent, she might want to have more interaction. Well, that's to be determined.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ray, were you going to say something?
I was gonna say,
So we had two in May, but I think the first meeting was like May 2nd.
Oh, right.
So it was very
'Cause
early
it's
in
the
May.
budget.
So in June, we had one meeting. It was earlier than it normally would be because of graduation. Normally it's the third week, but I believe it was maybe the 12th. I think it was the second week. So
And then we didn't miss it because we had a million superintendent search meetings.
Right,
But
right, right.
I don't know
Now-
if it was a million. It might have felt like a million.
It was long.
It was not. But we had
But well
potato
worth
salad
it.
and it was really good.
we saw a lot of each other. Let's just
We
put it
did,
that way.
we did.
Which was lovely.
Yeah.
I have to say that the committee structure, with us having as many committee meetings as we've been having, it makes it feel when that's up, because it's the summer too. I don't think, like Brian said, I think it's too early to really make a determination.
Right.
But in the summer, my experience is it always feels like it's a long gap between board meetings, because traditionally, we always only had one meeting a month in the summer. So during the school year, I remember in June, it was nice to have one meeting a month, because we were having so many committee meetings. I mean, some of us are on 3 or 4 committees. That means you're having 4 or 5 meetings a
It's a
month.
lot. Yeah.
So when you have 2 board meetings and all those committee meetings, it starts to feel a bit redundant, where when you have those committee meetings in one board meeting, it makes sense. And that's what a lot of board of committees do, right? Like, that's normal for a board with active committees to only meet once a month. It's a bit overkill to have all those committees and then a work session meeting and a public meeting. That was our thought process.
Yeah, no, we do have a lot of committees, and if everybody's serving, if we have 4 people on every committee, then everybody's going to a lot of meetings, so that was the thinking. The other way to do it would be to streamline the committees a little bit, so you're down to 4 committees, and then maybe you could also have the 2 board meetings, but I don't know which way we want to go with that, so,
Yeah.
It's too early, really.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
TBD.
So,
To keep an eye on.
yeah. Right now, we're scheduled
Analyze it.
going forward with 1 for the rest, 1 per month. So if we want 2, we're gonna have to add them.
yeah, because initially it was set up with one per month based off of the discussions that were happening at the beginning of
Yeah, the year.
this previous year. And then there was a vote to add the work sessions back on to give us like the board some time to kind of figure out how they want to move
Right.
forward. Yep.
Right. So, oh,
Yeah,
wait.
we still have the opportunity to call special meetings if there's something specific that comes up that we have to vote on, right? I mean, other than.
We do, it's
Yeah.
just that if it's done that way, then you lose a lot of members because people have plans and they haven't
No,
held the
I
date, so.
understand that. No, not
Yeah.
normally, but I mean,
Yeah,
something
we do.
specific comes
You're
up
right, we
that's
do.
crazy, and we have to meet and vote on it. you know?
Yes. Dr. Ross?
It's interesting, considering it related to this sample agenda
Yeah.
that you have here too, because I wonder if that'll be supportive of moving towards committees. It looks like it's focused more of our time is focused on strategic focus items and less time on like consent agenda,
Yes.
which is interesting. I could see that being helpful if we're moving toward more of a committee focus. And then because if we didn't sort of adjust our agenda, you could imagine, a once monthly meeting that would last until 2 a.m. or something.
Right, right.
So I wonder how the two will work together.
Yeah, so that type of agenda allows for discussion, and the comment about having the 2 meetings possibly was all about allowing more opportunity for discussion. So maybe using that type of agenda will allow for that, and then you could just do the one and you feel comfortable that you have everything into that one. But a lot of times with agendas, you're just kind of rifling through, so there's no time for that type of focus and discussion. So I would try that agenda and see how it works. I think, you know, the boards that have utilized it have said that it made an enormous difference to them and their understanding as a board member as well. Charlie?
The one thing, I don't know if we really need 2 meetings during the whole year, right? Because I see the, I mean, I don't know, I go back and forth where I like it or not. But, you know, we can get our stuff done, but one part of the season is our budget season. And it is, I think, I guess this will be our first time going through it as one meeting. But you think about it, if we don't start the budgets really until the governor gives his address, right? And it takes a little bit of time, so we're like February, March. We as a board, we won't really get to talk that much. We really have March, and then you're kind of voting on it, and it's over. And maybe if I see anywhere, I think maybe during the budget season, we maybe want to expand an extra meeting or 2 just to have a little workshop so we can all talk, because, you know, finance committee, and they all do that. They're you know, they were working with the budget all the time, but the rest of us were, you know, we just looking at the notes, and then it's a lot, right? Brian, you said it the first time when you got that paper, you're like, wow, that's a lot of stuff I got to look through and figure it out. So maybe if we think about it, maybe it might be good that during budget season do like an extra meeting or 2.
Just wanted to say that I have seen districts that around budget time they do an extra meeting, but they're normally one meeting.
It does make sense.
Yeah. And then a little bit of the board governance slipped over to the next page. So one of the other glowing remarks was that the committee structure has made a large difference in the board effectiveness. So, you know, that has been a definitive focus of you all, and it's really made a difference, and all the board members have collectively discussed that. And then another growth indicator was confidentiality issues. And the example was citing the superintendent search candidates. So how do you all feel about confidentiality? Do you feel that there's an issue with that at times?
I mean, we definitely have an issue with that because a lot of information gets out before we talk about it in public, and that is not supposed to happen, so. I don't know how to fix it. Does anybody have any thoughts?
I think a lot of it could be solved through onboarding, like we were talking about, the assigning of a mentor so that people understand what can and cannot be shared. I think a lot of those issues come from people not grasping what a personnel matter is and what should be confidential and what shouldn't. And a lot of new board members tend to make that mistake.
I think that could be true with some things, but it specifically mentioned here superintendent search, and everybody was well aware that that was
Yeah, I mean,
confidential,
that's it.
But you're right, it's a good idea.
Yeah. So,
Does anybody else have any?
Ray, Joe?
I think we could just always, I mean, it's something we should just work as a group, is always just improve on that. I mean, it's very easy to say things and not mean it, right? It's like a job, you know, and when you're working all day long and you want to take a coffee break and you're there, you're just like, oh, this is what happened today. And you want to tell everybody in the world, right? And it's very hard to come back and say, I can't say nothing, you know, and we have to just keep on reflecting on ourselves and just say, you know, maybe we made mistakes. Sometimes we say things that we don't mean to say, and it was, or we thought it was, we're keeping it confident with somebody else, but confidentiality with somebody else. But I think, I want to say, I think it's been I've seen it as a problem, I think, for a while. But I want to say, though, over the years, I've seen it become less and less of a problem. You know, there was a couple things that maybe happened this year. I was like, really? But, you know, it's not like every day. I don't, you know, it's not like we go through the agenda, everybody knows what everybody thinks about it, because we've heard it from town, you know, so I think it's improving, and I think it's just a self-reflection ourselves. Is that, you know, if you say something, just, you know, think about it next time and say, all right, I can't say nothing.
And education too, we should educate ourselves about what's confidential and what's not.
Sure, labels, right?
Yeah, and maybe before something's discussed, you just chat about that and say, you know what, we're going to discuss this, and this is confidential. You know, like maybe that's
Just
helpful.
more reminders,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So, so thanks for openly discussing that, because that's a tough one, right, as a board to discuss that. So we'll move on to resource management and oversight, everybody's favorite thing. That did quite well at a 3.11. So the glowing remarks is that you ensure that the health, safety, and security of all students and staffs is your high priority. So that was the highest indicator at a 3.3. And then also a glowing remark that you comply with all financial, statutory, and regulatory requirements, and it has internal control policies and procedures in place. So you do a great job with that. You have a great business office that you've really worked very, very well with, and there was a lot of comments about the business office and the new BA and how you're feeling about that relationship, and it's very, very strong. So that's really super important. So great for you, and Mr. Slamb, thank you for all your help there. A growth indicator was to provide a high quality facilities to support student learning. That was the lowest indicator at 2.6. There was another growth indicator about better communication with the public, and then also addressing aging infrastructure with limited finances, just a growth indicator, which most districts have. So why don't we chat about some of the indicators of growth? Anybody wants to start with communication with the public?
I guess I'll start it.
Go for it, Carl.
I feel like everything could be better communicated with the public. I'm pretty sure that's one that I wrote. I think through running a community relations committee, I've noticed that people just aren't aware of what's going on sometimes. So especially with our facilities, communicating better, always an area for improvement for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you see it, it's in every bucket seems to have something about communicating better, so, okay. But I agree, it's true.
You don't have to tell on yourself, Carl.
Yeah, you didn't.
I don't care. I mean,
The facilities comment, I mean, we all know we have some facilities issues and we have only so many resources, so I don't know. I think does anybody feel like we're not doing, okay, Brian?
Well, I wanted to go back to communicating with the public, because to be honest, we don't know how well we're communicating with the public, because we don't get feedback, right? Like the digital backpack. Do we get feedback on how parents, I know I read the digital backpack. I know we just got a new superintendent through the digital backpack, right? So, that works.
Some people
Right,
read it.
so
yeah.
do we know we're not communicating with the public just because the public isn't communicating with us?
No, I don't know if it's that per se. This is a self-evaluation, so this is your perception of yourselves, and sometimes we're tough on ourselves, right? So maybe that is the board's perception of themselves. We did get a lot of communication back on that survey that we did with the superintendent search, so you all have
And on
that.
the AI?
Yeah, so you have all that data that you could kind of like pick through and see what the community feels. Also, if you do engage in a strategic plan, that's very community engagement oriented, and you're going to get a lot out of that. But the best way to get the most out of that is to invite all groups throughout the entire community, to make sure that you reach out to the senior citizens, the local realtors. Those are the ones that are bringing the buyers into your homes, and they really need to educate those buyers on what's going on in the district. To make sure that you have students and you have a student voice. We had that with the input sessions with the superintendent search, and it was really interesting what the students thought, much different than what the board thought the students thought. So that constant engagement of getting feedback that way, I think that that'll help guide you in your vision on communication with the public, like and the wants and needs of the public. John?
I'd like to talk about the high-quality facilities to support student learning.
Yeah, I was surprised at that because I mean, I felt like we kind of really have some really good facilities, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, isn't that what we're talking about that or not?
Yeah, so it said that the growth was that you know, you wanted more high-quality facilities to support student learning.
Right, and I
Yeah.
wanted to speak to that. We
Yeah.
just did a long-range facilities plan, and we all know that we have to spend a lot of money to fix a lot of problems, and that
Yeah.
we don't have high-quality facilities at the moment.
Yeah.
All right, so I just wanted to bring that up. We have like air conditioning issues, heating issues, things breaking here and there. I mean, we do a lot with the one committee that you get a lot of things done. We can only have so much money to spend to fix stuff, and you can look at the meeting minutes for that tonight, with all the things that are being done, but it's nowhere near enough. So I think we have to do better at that, and how do we do that? We need money, right? So
Yeah, yeah. Charlie?
You know, we'd like to add a little bit to John and to the last one, because I think, actually, it probably goes into the vision and plan. Like, I think what worked good for me this year was, we made a commitment that we were gonna make facility changes to the district. There was about a list of 10 or 20, 15, right? I mean, there was a huge list too, but we had a short list that we wanted to, these were our goals, we're gonna definitely do it. And, you know, the administration bring it up many times throughout the year. And it seemed to go good, because if you missed a meeting, or you didn't know what we committed to, as long as you hit one of, 3 or 4 of the meetings during the year, you would have gotten an update. This is where we were, this is how we're doing it. And I think as a committee, we have to put those goals down. Like, we've seen what the schools look like, parts of the schools, right? I mean, some of the, I don't want to paint the picture that everything schools are falling apart and nobody wants to come inside of them, but there are things that have to be updated. We have to put a commitment down. I mean, Ray and his windows for 3 years, like 4 years, 5 years, like, we have to put those things and then talk about it every, if it takes every meeting or it takes every other meeting, give an update to the public so they get communicated, they know where we are. And if we keep talking about it, we'll get it done. Because it's very easy to say, well, the windows, they kind of work, put a shade above in front of them, and we'll just do it next year. And, and especially when you have limited money, limited resources, it's hard. So we have goals, we set them, and then try to make them, get it done, and keep the updates with, like Mr. Slamb and Russ have done this year for the short list.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on to community leadership, and that came in at a 2.94. So the glowing remarks that you conform to requirements for the Open Public Meetings Act and the Open Public Meeting Records Act, and that's the highest indicator at 3.6. One of the direct quotes that I pulled from the comments on glowing remarks was that the board has, this has been an initiative of the board for a while, and that seeing improvement this year with the Community Relations Committee, HR, Carl, events like the State of the District address have shined a light on this. So, that was a great example of community leadership, and kudos to you, Mr. Rogers, for doing that. That was very well received. And then thank you for whoever said that NJSBA's involvement in the superintendent search has made headway in better community involvement and relations. So thank you for saying that. And then a growth indicator was to maintain a presence in the community, understanding its strengths and needs, develop productive relationships, and engage its resources. So that was the lowest indicator. So you're saying that you need a little bit more growth with that. And then, again, more community engagement. So anything about this productive relationships, developing that as a growth indicator? Any thought on that? Carl, you invited community members in on some type of, are they in your, part of your committee?
Yes, so on the Community Relations Committee, we have members of the community who participate in every meeting and who are notified when we have meetings. And as I'll state a little bit in my pretty brief community relations report tonight, we've been working lately on adding to the 50th anniversary celebrations of the high school. And the members of the community on that committee are contributing to what they would like to see. And some of them either know or are very close with people who worked in the high school when it was first built or graduated from the high school in that first class. So we're seeing how we can contribute to that discussion, but having the ability for members of the community to partake in one of our committees through community relations, I think is one of the biggest steps that we've made this year, because now there's an avenue for direct community involvement in the board,
Yeah. No, that's
besides running for it.
Yeah, good, 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 good. So then we're going to move on to the board goals, and you had 5 of them, and you all scored that you achieved every single one of them. So what does that mean? That means that you focused really strongly on some of the goals that you put in there, and that the good news is that now you've achieved those, so now you have to make a whole bunch of new ones. So good job, and they were all around the committees. That was a big, strong focus. The absenteeism, the cell phone policy, super successful in that. The buildings and grounds, you really worked very, very hard on that. So great job. The policy committee, we talked about that, all achieved. So good stuff. And then it goes into the board's strengths. The greatest strengths that the board says about themselves are that you're transparent, collaborative, respectful, and unified. All good things. And then some of the areas of focus that you feel that you need training and a little bit of work on is goal setting, staying focused on student achievement and finance, monitoring goals, setting the timeline for the strategic plan, and that's something that we'll chat about in the goal session. Board member training, we talked about that, onboarding. I think that is definitely part of that. And then having more discussion-based retreats you felt were going to be helpful. And that concludes the board self-evaluation. I hope you all got a lot out of it. I think it was a great exercise. You did a lot of heavy lifting with it, and I really appreciate all the discussion today, so thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, so just as a discussion point under J, we also have the board and district goal setting process and timeline document that everyone should have in their binders. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that tonight unless somebody else really does want to, because basically this is a timeline of what we can do and tying into what Mrs. Mitchell presented. Board goal development was seen as something we needed to spend time on, and this is a document that would have us doing that, so that's great. So did everyone have a chance to look at it? I did email it around earlier. Yeah, yeah, Julie read it. Well, there are the 2 options, which I believe we're kind of leaning toward option B rather than, because we just dismissed Kelly, rather than doing our goals right now, to kind of identify maybe some focus areas and then follow this timeline. Is everyone comfortable with that plan? I know we have a lot to get through tonight, so maybe that is best. John?
I think B is the way to go, because we have to get Evan into the process.
Yeah.
And Russ is leaving, and we want her visions and stuff in here, so we should do that.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Great. Do we want to talk about the 3 to 5 focus areas tonight, or do we want to do those in August as well, since we do have the test results to get through and the rest of our...
I say August.
August? Okay.
That's my thought.
Everyone good with that?
Yeah, we want.
Great. All right. So moving on to item K, Mr. Gagliostro and Dr. Schoepp, you're up. Oh, and we need to- And for the public, this is the NJGPA and WIDA test scores.
We've always turned off. Yeah, there we go.
That's good.
Oh, I don't want cameras.
They can see that.
They need to see that.
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen.
Perfect. All right, well, thank you, everyone. Tonight we'll be presenting our Spring 2025 NJGPA, which is the New Jersey Graduation Proficiency Assessment, and our New Jersey Access results, which are for our ML learners for English proficiency. Okay, so starting with NJGPA, just a quick overview, the same as in past years. This is a new test that was administered to all grade 11 students. The statute came out and changed us from a different model to having this as the main graduation pathway for students. So it's designed to measure which students are graduation ready in English and in math. The graduation readiness report is separately reported for each content component. English is primarily aligned with grade 10 standards, and then math is aligned with Algebra 1 and geometry standards. May 3rd, 2023, the State Board of Education adopted the cut score of 725 for English language arts and mathematics components of the NJGPA, as well as a menu of various assessments that have differing cut scores based on the assessment the students take. So students who take the NJGPA but do not meet the requirement have alternate pathways they can take to meet their graduation requirements. So a student who doesn't pass in the spring would then retake the NJGPA in the fall. So this coming fall, we'll offer it again. And if they still are not successful with that retake of the test, we have an alternate sub-competency test. There's several tests that they can use between the SAT, PSAT, the ASVAB is back, and the AccuPlacer. And if those assessments still are not successful, there is a portfolio review appeal that they can do. And we have teachers dedicated to helping students with that at the high school level. All right, so just to start, for our percent graduation ready, for English, we had 211 students. For the percentage that were not yet ready for graduation were 10.9%, and our percent that were graduation ready were 89.1%. That's in comparison to the state having 19.3% not graduation ready and 80.7% graduation ready.
And we have something very similar you're going to see in math. We had 210 students take that exam, where the district had 34.8% of our students not yet graduation ready. The state was right around 42%. As far as graduation ready, we had 65.2%, whereas the state had 58.0%. We're also going to show you long trends as well, but this is just the overview of the actual data table themselves.
Okay, this is the same information, just in chart form for our visual learners. Okay, just a comparison from district to state. And here we have our analysis for the number of students who are graduation ready by achievement level. This is the exact same data.
Yeah, the state likes to make sure that sometimes when you put out a percent there, it doesn't really identify with how many students we're actually talking about. So one thing I think you've started to notice with our presentation of the NGSLA, and now with this, we want to make sure not only do we give you that actual data itself, but we provide illustrations so that you can actually understand what the data means. So often we talk data, and some of us love the data, but some of us need a little more visual to understand. So this gives you an idea about, well, how many students are we talking about when we're talking about a percentage?
Okay, so for English, out of that 211, that 10.9% that did not yet meet graduation readiness, according to this assessment, is 23 students. And then it ended up being 188 who were graduation ready for English language arts.
And likewise, we have 73% of students were not, 73 students were not graduation ready for math, whereas 137 were.
And again, the bottom is just all of those together. Okay, so here's our comparative analysis across the years. So you'll see on the left here for not graduation ready, 2023 with the number of students and the percentages, 2024 with number of students and percentages, and 2025 with number of students and percentages. So you can see the change over the course of years. You know, in the next slide, we have a chart for you that helps you visualize it better, but overall, positive stuff here.
And you know I like to make things gold when they're good, right? Gold's great. So we like to put the gold there on the right, where that gold can show you over the past 3 years, you know, what are our scores doing, right? How is the trend leading? And you can see just even from this past year, from the 2024 to 2025, the math scores increased by 10%.
Okay, here's the comparative analysis to state graduation ready. So 2023, the left column is VTSD percentage and then state percentage on the right, and that's mirrored for 24 and 25 as well. And again, you can see a positive trend there. And here are the charts we were talking about where you can actually really see the change there. So you can see on the left, the ELA comparison, Vernon to state. Vernon is the blue line, state is the green line. You can see in 2023, we're slightly below state average. In 2024, we went above, and in 2025, we have maintained above at that 89%.
And you can see a similar trend with math, right? We are trending definitely upwards, where we are now above the state average.
All right, so this super fun chart that is very difficult to see from this angle is the same information but broken down by subgroup of race. So you'll see on the left, there's the subject areas, and then each race, and then how many students were tested, and the percent of students that were tested out of the whole. So anywhere where the students were less than 10, we have to suppress that data because of the risk of identifying students. So you'll see if it has a less than 10 indicator there, we did not put the percent because we can't do that. So unfortunately, there are a lot of areas here where you will see NAs just because we were not able to report that data out. Okay, but in some areas, we were able to, and on the next chart that you'll see, you'll actually see a chart of the areas we could report on. But again, I'm going to post all of this on our district website so that you can actually look through it and take some time to see it. But this is just the same information broken down by race.
Mr. Gagliostro and I were talking about this today. If you would look at this right now, it looks like in 2025, we just had 2 basic divisions, which were Hispanic and white. And we know if you walk through the school, we have more than that. However, we're talking about just 11th grade. And as Mr. Gagliostro was explaining to me, because I questioned this myself, if they mark Hispanic at all, it doesn't matter if there's other cultures invested in that family, they automatically default to Hispanic.
Right. Okay, so here you can see the 2 areas where we were able to report as a column chart.
So the green means that percentage was graduation ready. So we can see a comparison from our subgroup that is white versus Hispanic.
Okay, and the same thing across. This year, again, only Hispanic and white were able to be reported on. Last year, we had several areas that were able to be reported on. And here is a line chart just showing from 2023 to 2024 and 2025 of those 2 subgroups and their percent graduation ready.
And we can see that everything is trending upward, which is really a good thing. We would want to not see something trending down. We don't want to see a separation. We want to see those getting much, much closer, and that would be our ultimate goal, right? Is for everybody to be having the same success.
And this is the same thing, but broken down by English and math. Okay, this is subgroups divided by gender. On the left, you'll see English and math, and again, the same thing, then gender, and then total number of students tested, and the percent of the population that is. In this area, we had slightly more information we were able to report on. Again, we went across 3 years, so 2023, 2024, and 2025 with the percentages, and the bottom row is all of our results all together. And here's that information for all subjects by gender as well, female and male, not passing being red and passing being green.
So that combines the math, that combines the ELA. They have to pass both of them to be graduation ready. So if you combine it, you see how many students overall are graduation ready.
According to this pathway. Okay, and here it is again. This is showing last year's 2024 and then this year's 2025 for the year-over-year percentages, all subjects.
And you see that growth.
All right, and here's the line depiction of it. Again, an upward trend, which is what we want to see, and they are getting closer together, which is also what we want to see. And then broken down by English and math separately.
This to me, and people that know me know this is a little near and dear to my heart with, you know, the women in STEM and that piece of the puzzle. When you see females, we were discussing throughout the year, tend to be more successful on standardized tests as of late. You can see that they're pretty close with the ELA, which is a good thing. And I'm really excited that they're just as close with the math as far as the success rate. So we don't see any one lopsided, and you're going to see in a couple of slides, you're going to see this growth of females in the STEM fields with math particularly that I'm particularly happy about.
Okay, here are the line depictions of that.
The growth is mirrored in the ELA perfectly.
Yep.
And then you can see in math where the males tend to be, I mean, we only have 3 years of comparison here, right? So we have to be very careful what we make judgments on. But it's nice to see that we have a steady increase with female competency.
Okay, this subgroup is by program. For program, we have our ML students, our free and reduced lunch, our section 504, special ed, and then gen ed. Again, any areas that were less than 10, we could not report out on. So that's where you'll see the less than 10 indicator and NA. But there were many areas in this chart where we were able to report out on for the various programs. You'll see again, it's across 3 years, 23, 24, and 25 for not yet graduation ready, and then graduation ready on the far right. And here it is in column chart form. Again, you can see the not passing and passing. This is for all subjects. So this is math and English together.
So when we look at this, the first thing that we're going to look at as administrators, we're going to look at the things that are going well, and we're going to look at the things that we want to really sort of hone in on, get more detailed information. Obviously, we can see the ELL is something we're going to want to take a deeper dive into, as well as our special ed population. And that's when we're going to bring in some longitudinal data over time to see is our programs trending upward and the things we're doing working and we just taking time to get there, or is there some more immediate things that we have to
Put
address?
supports in place for.
Yeah.
And here it is broken across 2 years next to each other again for all subjects. So this you can at least see the comparison from the prior year. Again, generally an upward trend, which we're happy with.
Yeah, and we didn't have enough students last year with our ELL population to have a comparison. So this is pretty new with the growth of our ELL population in our district. And this is something we've been working on curricularly, and this is something we're going to definitely take a deep dive at.
And here's the same information in line chart form. Blue being our ELL point of reference, green reduced lunch being red, section 504 yellow, special ed being green, and then the orangey color being gen ed.
And most everything is trending upward.
Yes.
Everything is definitely.
And again, the same information by subject area though. So on the left is ELA, right is math. Again, I'm sorry it's so hard to see, but I will have it shared with everyone and it'll be on the website for close review.
For me, what I'm particularly interested in, when you look at the program together, you don't see where or what point we need to really address. For me, I'm looking at ELA. I see a lot of green, right? We know that, you know, this is an area where like, okay, that's great. All subgroups are doing better, right, with the green part. When you look at the math on the right, we're not seeing exactly the same results. We do see most have the green higher, with the exception of our special ed population. So what that tells me is that that is the area that we really have to focus on when we're looking for getting them graduation ready. But as we're going to talk about later, that's also why the portfolio is in place, right? The portfolios are there to support those students who might not be great test takers, who struggle taking tests. It's an avenue to show their competency. Special ed students have a distinct challenge with that type of test. Hence, the state has put things in place for them to succeed in graduating.
And the same information again in line chart form. You'll see, as Dr. Schoepp was saying, it reflects the increases over in the English area. For 504, you'll see a slight dip there. And in math, you'll see the progress upward. And special ed had that slight decline there. Okay, so achievements and interventions for NJGPA. So those areas where we did see red, what are we doing to support that? And also, what are things that we have been doing that have been going well for us? So in English, our graduation ready increase of 15.2% since the NJGPA cut scores came out in 2023, which is 8.4% higher than state average. And we've been higher than state average for 2 consecutive years in a row.
With math, we can specifically look to this past year, an increase of over 10% and 11.4% since 2023. That's 7.2 higher than the state average, 2 consecutive years of increased growth.
And overall, with all subjects combined, again, this is where these students would be considered graduation ready through this pathway, just taking this assessment. We've had a 5% increase since 2024 and a graduation ready increase of 13.3% since 2023. So intervention strategies. We have a multi-tiered system of supports up at the high school. We have our instructional coaches from kindergarten through 12th grade who act as tier 1 supports. We have dedicated content-specific intervention, which are tier 2 and 3 supports. That's where students may be pulled or have one-on-ones with teachers to help. And we also have math labs as well at the high school. And then, like I said before, we have dedicated teachers for the portfolio supports, where they will work with the students in those areas in which they need extra support. So a math teacher for math, English teacher for English. A lot of times we are able to have a certified special ed teacher in those areas as well. All right, NJ Access. This will be fairly quick. As much as our population is growing, when you break up our 66 students by 12 grade levels, as you can imagine, it's under 10 pretty frequently. So just a quick review. NJ Access is an annual assessment that our MLs take in New Jersey. It evaluates their proficiency in English across 4 domains, which is listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The main goal of this is to measure students' progress in their English acquirement of language skills. So this assessment provides data to help us drive our instruction and support our services for our students' needs. So some key features, we give this every year in the spring to our students in grades K to 12. It aligns with WIDA, the World Class Instructional Design and Assessment Standards, and it includes a combination of multiple choice and performance-based tasks. As you can imagine, in the lower grades, the ESL teachers are sitting one-on-one with the students and having them talk through various things, and they're marking it down on paper. And those get sent in, where at the higher grades, they're doing it all in their Chromebook, and they can record the speaking portions on the Chromebooks. So the benefits of this, it helps educators identify areas of strength and areas that need more support for each student. It helps support the development of IEPs and targeted interventions, and it really does provide a lot of valuable data for us to make sure we're supporting our students the way we need to, and look at our programs to see where are areas that are shining and where are areas that we need to reevaluate. Oop, that went twice. Okay, so there are 6 levels that the students can achieve on the NJ Access. Level 1 being the lowest, level 6 being the highest. For a student to graduate from the program, they have to get an overall composite score of 4.5, along with some other indicators like feedback from the teachers, making sure that the student is actually ready to exit, because again, this is just one assessment, right? It's one snapshot in time. So this, along with some other data, determine whether or not the student can graduate from the program. If they do graduate from the program, they're monitored for 2 years just to make sure that they aren't struggling and need extra supports. Okay, so here you can see pretty much everywhere it has less than 10, except for in the composite grade level scores. So in grade 5, or grade K through grade 5, we have 36 students total, and 20 of them scored expanding, which was level 4. So that was 56% of our population. In grade 6 through 8, we did not have enough that I can share, but in all grades generally across the district, 13 students were scored emerging, which was 20% of our population. 14 students were developing, which was level 3 at 21%, and 29 students, which was 44% of our population, scored expanding level 4. And that data down below is just the clusters, so it's easier to break down. Okay, this is that same information broken down by subgroup of race. Again, the same rules apply, so you'll see a lot of less than 10s here that we were not able to share, but there are certain areas that we can report out on. In grades K through 5, we had 26 Hispanic Latino students, which is 72% of the population, and 15 of them scored expanding level 4, which was 58% of that cohort's population. Additionally, all of the students in that grade cohort band were 36 total, and 20 of them total scored level 4, which was 56% of that population as well. And then we'll go all the way down to grades 9 through 12. We had 17 students take the assessment, which was 81% of the population for grades 9 through 12. But we can't report out on it because they scored across all of the grade levels there, so we can't, it ended up less than 12 when broken down. For our all grades here, generally, we have that Hispanic students were 11 of them, which was 22% of our population, scored level 2. 12 students scored level 3, which was 24% of the population, and 20 students scored level 4, which was 40% of the population. And then overall, on the bottom, you can see the all student scores, which is all of the cohorts together. 13 students overall were in level 2, which was 20%, 14 at level 3, which is 21%, and 29 students at level 4, which is 44%. Here's our subgroup by gender. Again, a lot of areas that we had to suppress, but there are certain areas we can report. All students K to 5, 13 students were in the developing level at 36.1%, and 13 students were at the expanding level, level 4, at 36.1%. And then all the way at the bottom, for our male students, we had 15 score level 3, which is 48.39%. And overall, you can see we had 12 in the level 2 area, 25 in level 3, and 18 in level 4. And here, same thing, but this is by program. So free and reduced lunch, section 504 is special ed. We went through, there's certain areas. So grades K through 5, all students, 12 scored developing level 3, which is 39% of that population. If you head down to the bottom again, for all grades, we had 35% score level 3, which is 13 of the students for free and reduced lunch. And overall, all of our students, the percentages will break down the same as the previous slide. And that is it for the data, just because I couldn't make charts due to the lack of data that I could share. Okay, so here are just some FAQs generally about NJGPA and the WIDA.
One of the things we wanted to do is like we've been talking a lot about communication, because this will be posted on the website, and it doesn't really have as much interaction with the public. But we were looking to see what questions might people have based on the data that they're seeing. What might they wonder? So this was just something we added for the first time to this presentation to just provide a little more information to the public about what does some of this data mean. Well, what led to the large gains in math? Like 10% increase over a year seems quite large, relatively speaking. Didn't do a statistical analysis, but I'm thinking that's pretty large. We did a lot of work last summer with developing our college math program. We developed the curriculum. We really worked hard with our second and third tier 2 and tier 3 supports with our guidance counselors. We really dug into that because we've known that math is a sequential thing. And by the time you get to the high school, they've already developed certain competencies or decided their math identity. So by the time we get to the graduation, this is something we've known that in math as a whole is something we really wanted to work with. So we really worked on the curriculum with that. We worked with our instructional coaches. We worked with, if you've ever seen any math type questions, I don't know many of you have recently, they're also reading questions. If you can't read and understand what's being asked of you, there's a literacy component that we're really focusing on as well. So we did a lot of emphasis in just that curricular alignment and timeline in and of itself this past year.
So how are we supporting students who did not meet the NJGPA score? So again, we touched on this a little bit earlier in the presentation, but this fall, the students who did not meet their graduation readiness cut score will retake the NJGPA. Then after we get the NJGPA scores back, we offer substitute assessments for those students who did not pass. So the SAT, the ACT, AccuPlacer, ASVAB, and also PSAT does count, and all of our 10th and 11th graders take the PSAT. So after those assessments, if we still have a student struggling, we'll go through the portfolio appeal process. So they're supported by our MTSS and guidance teams. The teachers will meet with the students and help them through the process. It will be submitted to the state. We also have early warning systems in place to flag students for support before senior year. A lot of it having to do with our data warehousing. As we're going through, we have thresholds that show cut scores, and we can say, all right, so this percentage of the students are going to need this extra support. And the other part is them taking the NJGPA early on before their senior year. We're able to see, okay, these students we're going to have at least this many students that we need to go to the second pathway with, so we can actually start targeting supports that way. Okay, so what's the status of our multilingual language learners? So right now we had 66 students tested, which that number has already gone up this year. We're up to 72 right now. And the majority are in developing to bridging levels. Right now in elementary, 75% of our elementary MLs are in higher proficiency bands than they were previously. This is namely due to a curriculum restructuring that we did. The ESL teachers all got together during in-service days and really worked on targeting data and seeing where the students needed extra support and where our programs could be improved. They did that over the course of last year, and it really paid off. And now the students are doing much better. And as always, the instruction is guided by the WIDA aligned strategies and individualized supports based on each student.
There's something that we wanted to do because we've talked about it sort of off the cuff, but we're in New Jersey. And New Jersey is one of the strongest states, now the strongest state as far as public education K-12. So we wanted to say, well, where are we comparing nationally across the nation with how our test scores are doing? There's been a lot of public concern and a lot of public news out there about the recent performance scores. There is no test given across every single state that can really be used for comparison. You can't really use SATs because people choose to take them if they're college bound or things like that. So it's very hard to find something. The only real way that you can try to have a comparison, it has to do with some legislation that was federal with the NAEP test. And that is given to an assortment of schools across the nation. Not every district takes it, and it's a snapshot. It's required, well, it currently is, that probably is up for debate at the moment. It's required for 4th grade and 8th grade every other year, and for 12th grade approximately every 4 years. That's known as the nation's report card. So I was curious, just so we could throw it out there to you, so we know not only how do we compare with the state, but how are we comparing nationally? If you look at the national benchmark, the most recent was 2019 for 12th graders. ELA proficiency, and this is considered a strong benchmark because it's pre-COVID, right? It was before all the shutdowns and things like that. Was 37% for ELA, and math proficiency was 24%. So this just gives you just a context of where not only Vernon stands within the state, but where Vernon and the state stand to the country. Because I think sometimes we realize we're in a global economy when we look at, applying for colleges, when we look for where our students are going, what's the next steps, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about graduation ready. How are our students comparing relative to the only thing that we can really use to compare at the moment, which is the NAEP.
That's it. Any questions first?
Okay, who wants to, okay, John first, and then Carl,
I have
and then I'll go over.
a couple of questions. First of all, what I want to know is how many students passed it on the second try that failed it the first time? Do you have any data on that kind of information?
It varies, as you can imagine, by cohort of kids, but
Sure.
we'll have, somewhere around 20 to 30 on the second try pass. Those are the kids who are on the cusp that first time, maybe within points.
Okay.
We have some kids who are within a point of the cut score, and they'll get over the threshold.
All right, my other question is with that test, what if they pass the ELA, but they didn't pass the math? Can they split the test, or do they have to take them both in?
Yes.
Are they
Yep.
Okay.
That's a great question, yes. So they can definitely get one area, be graduation ready in that area, and then they'll only have to retest it in math or English.
And that's one of the reasons we focus right now on math labs. You didn't see ELA labs and math
Right, right,
labs.
right.
We're really focusing in on the area that we see the greatest needs.
I have one more question for you, and it has to do with the subgroup breakdowns. So you have Hispanic and then white and black. That white and black, I'm just very curious, is that something other than Hispanic?
Yes, so if a student is demographically categorized white or black, that means they do not have Hispanic as one of their.
Okay, I just was curious that, all right.
Yep.
Thanks.
Carl?
According to NJ Smart this year, but we're switching to a new
NJ
program next year, so
Sled.
we are going to see what the requirements are for that. So
Thank
we'll
you.
give you an update on that.
If you could go back to the slide on Vernon's comparison to the state average. I
Yes,
have a
just
few
overall,
questions. Yeah,
GPA or-
more so our math, NJGPA math, Vernon versus the state. Because I noticed something pretty awesome there, and I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. So when we look at, one sec. A lot of numbers.
Yes.
That's why I like the pictures. That's why I'm a
A
big
lot of
graph
numbers.
person.
Yeah, I saw the graph that I noticed before. Percent of each.
Or the one that was broken by subgroup.
Or the line.
The line, let's do, because the line seemed to be,
That's the line.
okay, math comparison, Vernon to state. So it looks like there, we pulled ahead of the state average by a decent amount. That's what I'm wondering, is when you look at our math scores that seem to be directly because of that intervention we've been doing, they went up 10%. That's not something that was seen throughout the whole state. That's something unique to our district because of what we're doing, right?
Correct.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. Like, I want to clap for that. That's so
I know we
cool.
can't tell you about NJGPA,
Yeah.
but.
There's a lot more clapping to come.
There's a lot of clapping that's gonna happen later in October. Keep saying.
Charlie?
Can you just, before we start, can you just ELL and section 504, just so everybody knows what they are?
So, ELL, it was formerly ELL, now it's ML, it's multilingual learners. So our students where English is not their first language. So they are in courses within the district to learn English and acquire it to become proficient. And then section 504 is a student who has accommodations due to a medical need. So they're not special ed, but they may get accommodations due to something that they have going on.
And then you said you took this test was taken at the beginning of the year, right, not the end?
This was taken in the spring, so for
Spring.
NJGPA, it was this spring.
That was
and
April,
then-
it was early.
Yeah, and then for access, it's a very long window. It's anywhere between, I think, end of January and March-ish.
Okay.
The time frame switches a little bit.
It's before the NGSLA testing,
Yeah.
before AP testing, before testing
Before.
the TED.
Okay, but not brand new 11th graders. They're-
Right, correct.
So, well, first, I just want to say, because we've been to do this before, and I do always point out when we're below the average of state, and I just want to point out, again, you guys deserve, credit for bringing that above the state average for everything. Great job. I think it's fantastic. We're moving in the right direction. It shows the dedication of the administration and the teaching staff here, so we're very good. And I just, because I am sometimes critical on you guys, so I just want to make sure I give it back, So, great for that. My concerns are actually, my questions have more to do with the math. So, does it break it down by actual math questions versus open-ended word problems?
We don't
Where,
get, I'm sorry.
okay, well, I guess you're not.
I mean,
I think I know your answer, so now I guess it's probably not going to be relevant, but I was wondering, can we see if the children are failing English? Are they the ones also failing the word problems,
that would be
open-ended,
Interesting.
and now they're losing out on math because maybe they have a disability with English or something like that?
Right. So is the question type the barrier as
Yeah.
opposed to the content type that they're actually doing? I mean, logically, it would make sense. We don't get that kind of breakdown. NJSLA, we get much more of a breakdown where it will give us more data like that, but not on this.
But the greatest indicator of success on these math exams is reading level coming into high school.
Yes.
So that's exactly what I was gonna say. The NGSLA will get what's called an evidence statement, and it'll break it down into question types. And it'll give us a much better idea about the areas. We go through those with each grade band that's tested. In the fall, we do a data carousel, and we'll break those type of data questions down because we have that information. We don't get any type of information for the NJGPA that is similar to that. So I would, based on how the NGSLA questions are situated, I would assume they're pretty much aligned. So when we look at that data for the 9th graders, and we try to figure out who will be going into math labs, and we take all these data points, and we look at 11th graders and think about math labs, these are things we do look at as the evidence statements are where our students are the weakest, so that we can really standards align targeted intervention.
Joe?
Can I just on that question, so you don't know if it's geometry-based or algebra-based? I'm sorry, John.
No, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Then also, do we know, are all the students educated in algebra and geometry before taking this test?
They're
or are
juniors,
they,
so they should be.
are they taking one of those, because geometry second, right? Or no, algebra, yeah,
So
geometry
first,
second, algebra.
We do algebra, then we do geometry, and then, so in theory, the average student is taking algebra freshman year, geometry sophomore year, and then they would take this test junior year. So in theory, yes, there are, of course, extenuating circumstances for certain students, but also, so now you have to take into account that the students haven't done algebra for 2 years. You know, granted, math is building on itself, but, you know, geometry and algebra, you know, are quite different animals. You're either like an algebra person or a geometry person, you know? I had proofs almost killed me in high school, but, you know, so that's also something to take into consideration, but generally, yes, they all have it.
No, okay. And then the last question I have, and then I'll stop, is, do we know how many are, I don't know, homegrown students? So they've been in, maybe even we started at
yeah.
8th grade to 11th grade, and versus how many are new to, maybe new to the district, who came in 11th grade, and not to say that, but it would help us see if we're learning in our district, and, you know, hopefully the kids are learning, we're assuming the kids are gonna graduate, so they're learning afterwards, but.
So I mean, we normally don't break down by that. I would say homeschool students who come in, it might be a handful that we get each year. And
I don't mean just homeschool, I mean.
He means like coming from,
Transfer
moving
in.
into
Transfers
town,
in.
yeah, yeah.
it could be a lot of students that transfer. We do have quite a few that transfer in over the year, or, you know, if they come from another public school district, they generally, we accept credits, you know, from wherever they're coming from. So, you know, we do assess when they come in, so they're coming in, they're taking our diagnostic assessment. So for placement purposes, right? So, okay, they finished algebra, they're going to take geometry, but what level? You know, so we'll give them an assessment benchmark to say, all right, you should be ACP, or you should be honors, or, you know.
But they will drill down based on the students. For instance, you might have students that haven't been here very long, so we want to measure growth and not necessarily achievement as well.
Yeah,
So especially in the ML population, you might want to see how many years have they been in Vernon, and even though they might not have passed by 11th grade, have they been making growth, and will we have an opportunity to make that growth in their senior year as well to meet the graduation requirement.
Question. So there was a gap. Can you go to the one that showed the Hispanic and the various cohort? I know you didn't
For
have enough.
NJGPA?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Did you want the graph or the
Yeah, I
table?
guess I was looking for the, I can't even remember because so many slides.
This one.
Okay, yeah, so there's a pretty significant gap, right, with Hispanic versus white. Do you have any reason for that? But I mean,
So I couldn't get that.
do you,
right.
do you have any reason for the gap there between how the performance of the Hispanic population is kind of behind? And then one of them was flat, whereas everybody else went up.
Right, so this is for all subjects, so this includes English, so, and math. So, you know, this is an area where they're trying to acquire the language, especially if they're new to the country. So generally, if they're new to the country, they have a year where they don't have to take the assessment. If they have been in country though for enough time, they have to take it, but it doesn't mean where they were previously,
Okay.
they were getting support.
So do we have state numbers for that cohort? Because that way you could see, are they performing the,
How they compare to
yeah,
state.
how they compare to state?
By race? I can look at the general data and I might be able to break it down that way. I can see
Okay.
if I can find that, yes. I will break that down, because that's,
You can add another slide.
yes.
Yeah,
yes,
more
yeah.
science. Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, you attributed a lot of the growth to instructional support from the instructional, what did you call them, the
Coaches?
The coaches.
Coaches?
I thought they were coaching the teachers rather than the
Correct.
students.
Yes, so, but some of them do pull out students at higher levels. So for instance, students who need Wilson support at the high school.
I see.
one of our coaches doesn't pull at the high school for that. You know, so there are some areas where they're pulling and working with students one-on-one or two-on-one, three-on-one, but then they're also coaching the teachers, which, you know, if your pedagogical practice is getting stronger, it's impacting the whole class or classes that they're teaching.
And we've talked about areas of opportunity, and I've had discussion with the coaches as well. And one of them was to provide review materials, especially because they haven't had algebra or geometry in their third year, where most of the time they're either in college math or algebra 2, and that the instructional coach worked closely with the teachers teaching those classes to develop review materials to make sure they spiraled back to some of those concepts before they took the test. So they work with the teachers in that way to help their kids in those classes increase their scores. Thank you.
And I have a question, but also the coaches probably help the teachers do more data-driven instruction too, right? So that usually helps the test scores. My question was the assessment level groups for the access scores. Is that just heavily influenced by when they entered the program? Like, are they developing if they've only been in the program for like a year? Or do they control for that kind of? Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what their scores come out to. So those are what they actually get. So, I mean, we have some students who come in and they are pretty proficient at English. But, you know, if you also think our students are taking English, right? Because they are trying to become proficient at English.
Right.
Some of our high school students who have lived through their whole lives are not graduation ready for English.
Right.
So these are students who are now acquiring this language for the first time. Some of them at home, English is spoken, so that helps. Others, it's not at all. So it really, and it depends what countries they came from too. That has a huge impact on it. So it's kind of a mix.
Okay.
But our ESL teachers are wonderful. They really communicate with the families. I mean, they're calling them constantly and, you know, having conversations with them. So they're really on the pulse of what their individual students need and what their previous educational experiences were. Because a lot of times they'll come here and have little to no educational foundation due to their country's educational systems, or they could be right where our students are, and it really is just the language barrier and getting through that.
Yeah, like I'm having trouble understanding if the buckets are, or the levels are just sort of a snapshot of our population, like some of their progression toward learning English, or whether it's showing something about our programs. Do you know what I mean? Like if you don't know English, then, and you're just learning it for the first time, then you're going to be in developing, sort of no matter what the strength of our program is.
Right.
Versus that it's somehow controlling for that, and it's like looking at the growth over time of our students.
Yeah.
Does that make
This
sense?
test won't do that though, right? Because it's only the 1 year. You can't see how the student's progressing.
Right. No, I can see them progress. So we give it
Okay.
every year.
Oh,
So we can see a
okay.
student over the course, you know, from third grade, fourth grade, to fifth grade. We can see them across. So generally they are always growing, but it's getting that threshold to hit that 4.5 to even evaluate if they're going to graduate.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is, remember, this is across 4 domains. So a lot of times the listening and speaking are great.
Okay.
And then when it comes to writing and reading,
Right.
there's a struggle there, you know?
Interesting. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much. That was really,
Thank you.
and congratulations on the results. Someone gets a chance if we can get some light, although this is nice. It's very subdued. I like it. Item L, board reports summary. Carl, you're up.
Oh,
Item L for commit,
yes, okay. So I don't have too much to report for community relations because we did not have a meeting for July, but I can say that I met with the administration of the high school about a week ago, and we discussed the upcoming preparations for celebrating Vernon Township High School's 50th anniversary and ways that the Community Relations Committee can contribute to that and the discussion. But other than that, we haven't had a meeting, so I can't really report too much else.
okay, great, thank you. Does anyone have any questions about that? ask that after every. Okay, I'm up, curriculum report. We did have a meeting July 8th. In attendance were myself, John Kraus, Elise Schoepp, Dr. Elise Schoepp, and Vinnie Gagliostro. We discussed an update on academic programs and the need to address staffing gaps in world language and science programs, and to look at the district's policy of covering instructional needs through 6-period stipends. Mr. Gagliostro is going to ask districts in the county about their policies and processes in the 6-period stipend area and report back to the committee. We discussed wellness days, prior discussions on work levels cited during the student input session, raised the possibility of reintroducing 2 wellness days, weekends a year. We decided to discuss that with the new district leadership in August. We discussed some federal funding concerns, which I think are going to be covered elsewhere, but there was some concern about the federal funding for certain programs that our grant-funded after-school programming at Glen Meadow was in jeopardy, and it does appear we're going to need to not move forward with that this year due to the funding issue. A letter was going to be sent out. I think it did go out to staff and parents this week. New Jersey Schoepp, we discussed the test results that were going to be presented tonight. And then we also discussed high school scheduling and club management. I'm going to leave it there for now. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, Finance, Building and Grounds, Mr. Kraus.
Okay, the Finance, Building and Grounds Committee met on July 14th. It was conducted online through Google Meet. In attendance were Ray Slamb, Joe Van Kirk, myself, and Mr. Ray Zimmerman. All right, so a couple of things. Massios had to have a labor adjustment. So Massios, our food services, had to hire an additional staff member due to changes that happened between the date of the bid specs and the beginning of the school year. That, coupled with an increase in the minimum wage, caused them to charge more for the additional staff member. Massios was asking for over $90,000, but Mr. Slamb negotiated and got them down now. I think I saw it's like 66, was it? Yeah, all right, it was in the 60s before this writing. Okay, number 2, we sold our bonds and got a pretty good rate for the ESIP of 4.008%. Mr. Slamb is having a contract with Honeywell reviewed by our bond counsel, and may have already done that from when we had the meeting. We are getting the bond funds, we got them July 16th, and Mr. Slamb is opening a new account with Provident Bank to keep the ESIP money separate. He connected to a sweep account, which has slightly better interest rates, and makes sure that the money is insured by the FDIC, since each bank will have less than $250,000. We explored a lease purchase agreement for a vehicle replacement. We are using a lease purchase contract through a co-op to replace 3 trucks and 2 vans. The benefit being that we will own the vehicles at the end of the lease, and we can spread the payments out. And next, application for additional tax levy. That was such a big deal for us. The application had to be redone to comply with state language that says it's for a thorough and efficient education. We were told that once it is approved, that we can apply to transfer the funds to our projects, and it will be approved. And then a couple of things from Buildings and Grounds. Walnut Ridge entryway steel painting. The rails and the steel on top of the canopy were painted to match the canopy. Thank you, Carl, for noticing all of that. Our VTHS auditorium, the high school auditorium air conditioner, the rooftop unit had to have a repair. Mr. Van Kirk was able to get the air conditioning repaired in-house for about 1/3 of the cost of what a contractor would have charged, which was really good. The Rolling Hills Playground is going forward. The PO was issued, and we're working with the vendor to schedule the time to install that. The Walnut Ridge Playground as well. The PO was issued from the PEA budget, and we're looking to have it installed by September for the beginning of school. And last thing is the PO was issued for the softball dugouts, and we're working with the vendor to get them installed. They are a chain link type, and we're looking to replace the baseball fields dugouts with the same type going forward. And one last thing, during the kitchen renovation project, it was discovered that mold was all over the drywall behind the freezer. Mr. Van Kirk is working with the remediation company to resolve that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Mr. Zimmerman, negotiations.
We did meet for our first time.
You have no mic.
Yeah. Your mic.
I don't know.
I'm trying to be really far from Joe. Come on.
So we met for the first time. Attendance was myself, John Kraus, Charles Smaglia, and Jennifer Pellet. And for obvious reasons, I'm not really going to discuss much that was discussed there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
I wasn't on here.
Oh, you did have a meeting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, we can cover that policy.
Thank you. I don't really have much to say, no. We had a policy meeting, we actually missed our meeting, and we didn't have a meeting this month, but we did have one after the last meeting, board meeting last month, on June 16th. Russ, Vinnie, John, myself, we met, we talked about the AI policy. I just want to give a brief overview it, because it's not finalized yet, or we're not presenting it yet. We are going to pass it on to the technology committee.
Right?
No, technology
Oh,
first,
okay.
yeah.
I thought it was going to curriculum.
Yeah, he told me it was going to curriculum first. Okay.
Okay, yeah, either way. So curriculum, and then, so a couple things I just want to highlight. We're not talking about generative AI. We're embracing the whole thing, artificial intelligence, because we thought it was to focus on one area. I don't think it would help us. I mean, there's so much emerging technologies right now that we should encompass everything. Part of our, we went through, use a template from Strauss, and so we went through and deleted a bunch of stuff, right, and put it up to the way we wanted it for us. Another thing is, as far as there's portions of it we want to allow the code of conduct and stuff for curriculum, for like, we have policies for plagiarism. We don't want to mention that in here because that's addressed somewhere else. We also, as far as staffing goes, we have other technology policies that focus on how staff should use technology and what there are. So that's also removed from here. And what we're looking to make it, the plan of this is to make it very useful for the administration and the school district to use it in general. So we're not specifically mentioning technologies here. It's gonna, we're referencing where they can find it. So if there's a list that's going to be presented that the district approves, this has to be something that the technology department or the administration as a whole, or the curriculum, go over and they say, all right, we need this AI unit, program. If we put it in a policy, it would take 2 months before we can use it. And it may be a need for it to use it further. So it's flexible enough so that the administration has a lot of room so they can keep, not business going, but keep the school district going without having to make a new policy every single month. So that's where we are. It's looking good. I think we spent about an hour going over that, just that policy. So we're pretty hoping to have this out for the next meeting, and then approved sometime beginning of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Okay. Great, so moving on to item M, public comment. This public comment session is for items on the agenda only or student-related matters. Do we have?
Public comment?
Yeah, this is the one for agenda items only, though. There's no.
Ma'am, can you give me 5 minutes? I
One-
have
just-
somebody sick
I
at home.
understand. Just let me check with my board secretary. Can we make a
Really?
special? Yeah, I have to check. I'm sorry. Can we make a special circumstance due to the fact that this gentleman, or is that going to open us up to problems? Okay. We're going to make a special, because what you say your situation is.
You'll let me speak?
We will let you
Thank you
speak.
very
Yeah,
much, everybody.
I
Thank
just don't feel comfortable having you.
My name's Robert Candy.
Just need to read the,
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have to.
I just have a thing I have to read before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You do- Yeah, and you do have
It goes
to.
every meeting. Yeah, you can stay up there,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can stand up.
You can sign in at the podium.
Yeah, use that time to sign in. Sorry.
Letter M, public comment, agenda items only / students. During the course of the public meeting of the Vernon Board of Education, the public is offered the opportunity to address the board on agenda items and any issues regarding the school district. The board reminds those individuals who take this opportunity that they must identify themselves by name and section of town and limit their comments to agenda items and or issues that directly relate to the operation of the school district. Issues that are raised by the members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board or administration at the time of the meeting or at any time. All comments will be considered and response will be forthcoming if and when appropriate. The board requests that members of the public keep their comments to a limit of 5 minutes. Be courteous, respectful, and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding students and employees of the Board of Education should be thoroughly considered by the speaker and may or may not be responded to by the board or administration. Be advised that students and employees have rights of confidentiality and other protections under the law. Student names should never be used. The board bears no responsibility nor will be liable for any comments made by the public during the public portion of the board meeting. Members of the public should consider their comments in light of the legal rights of those affected or identified in their comments and be aware that they are personally legally responsible with potential liability for the comments that they make to the board.
Would you mind stating your name? And then you
Yes,
have
my
5
name is
minutes.
Robert Kennedy. I'm a Vernon Township resident of 21 years. My wife, I'm here on behalf of my wife because she cannot be here to speak before you. She's also a taxpayer of 21 years. She's also a Vernon Township school district employee. She dictated a letter to me to speak to you. So if I may, I'm just going to read her letter, okay? And what's in it? If you got to tell me to stop, I'll stop, whatever it is. Okay, my name is Debbie Kennedy. I've been employed by the Vernon Township School District for over 9 years as a special needs aide. During the 9 years, it's been a blessing and a pleasure working with the students and teachers alike. Unfortunately, in February 2025, I was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. The board was gracious enough to grant her family leave. Thank you very much. While in February, I applied for the state for temporary disability. I was denied in March by the Human Resources Department for not having enough hours worked within a 12-month period, which is 1,250 hours. It's a state law. Debbie said, how could I be denied? I worked here for 9 years straight to include summer hours, okay? Summer program, so she would work the entire year, take 2 weeks off, go back to work, take 3 weeks off, and then go back in September. So she questioned, how am I not eligible? All right, so she calls the state. I called the state, and the state told me to contact HR to get a better accounting of the hours. I made contact with Karen. Can I use her name or no?
No, let's not.
All right,
use
I
it.
made contact with Human Resources on Monday, April 18th, and was told to call back due to Easter break, okay? We called back on the 28th. We left a message. No return call. We waited a few days, called back on the 5th. Left a message, nothing. On May 6th, mind you, you guys gave her leave in February. Now we're in May. On May 6th, Human Resources Department employee called our home at 8:30 in the morning saying that we needed to give her the hours. How, whatever, this is my wife's letter, but, excuse me. They called at 8:30 in the morning asking for us to give the hours because she was busy doing some type of audit. She was doing an audit for the state, for the county, whatever it was, but she made it clear that she was busy. I had to, the phone was on the, everybody can hear it. So I said, listen, lady, this woman is still your employee. You have to give her her hours. So her tone was not pleasant. But anyway, after a week of contacting Human Resources, my wife received a call stating that it's good news. They found 80 more hours. But mind you, she was already denied. How do you do that? How do you find 80 hours? Somebody's not doing their job, okay? 1.2 hours, 2.5 hours, okay. 80, you're not doing your job. I'm sorry, that's taxpayer Rob talking. It's not my wife. All right, so the math is way off. She asked to see in person. I will come in person, we'll go line by line, hour by hour. We were stonewalled. I can't say the woman's name, but she said there's nothing we can do. If I had an issue, we were to talk to somebody with the NJEA. So we contacted an NJEA rep. I guess that's here in Vernon, can't use her name. But my wife wanted to speak to the head of HR. Again, before she spoke to the NJEA, she was stonewalled, okay? She then contacted the NJEA lady, can't use names, who explained to me that she would be getting in contact with another NJEA rep down in Newark, and would get back to me. So during the month of June and July, again.
Just giving you a 30-second warning, 30 seconds.
Really?
Is that what you said? Yes.
Then my son can come up here and take 5 minutes then. She'll read the rest.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
I have to.
Unbelievable.
I have to run the meeting by the rules.
The woman worked here for 10 years.
I have to.
I don't care about the rules.
Okay.
Unbelievable. Why am I standing in front of you asking for the hours? I pay $10,000 a year in taxes, okay? Why am I standing here? A poor woman at home that has stage 3 cancer, okay? I am talking for her.
Sir, you need.
I will leave then. You will hear from my attorney, okay? You want your windows, you want your roof, fire the goddamn people in human resources, because they can't count hours. Okay? Yeah, smile.
Not smart. Not sure what to say. Okay. Do we have anyone else in the queue for public comments? We do not. Okay. Item N, Superintendent's report. Mr. Rogers.
When I first started, we were coming out of virtual learning, and our main focus had always been on growth mindset. And we've always been talking about as a board about achievement as well. And it was just nice to I think you're going to hear about achievement in the presentations we had tonight and the presentations you're going to have in the future when you hear about CUSAC as well. But I just want to thank the staff, the teachers, and administrations for their support through these difficult times to get us there. And I'm very excited about the future of Vernon as well with Mrs. Mendez and the board's support as well. And I'm excited to see continued growth in the district. And even though I'm not going to be the superintendent, I'm going to be very proud of Vernon and what you will be accomplishing in the future. And I wanted to thank you for the plaque of appreciation tonight. Informational matters. We have a lot of programs running this summer that a lot of people aren't aware of. Summer programs. We have Cedar Mountain Primary School, July 7th to 31st, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 12:30. It's our extended year program for students who are at risk of significant regression over the summer. We have one more week of that. They'll be ending the same time I'll be ending, the 31st. Same with Glen Meadows Middle School. They have a CCLC program that runs July 7th through the 31st, Monday through Thursday, 8 through 1 o'clock. Again, it's a great program for students. Unfortunately, it is federally funded, and I did send a letter out to parents because we're still unaware of whether we'll be giving that funding for the 2025-26 school year. But I wanted parents to be informed as soon as possible about the possible implications of federal funding in that program. Vernon Township High School, June 23rd to July 11th, they ran their summer credit retrieval program where 121 students took 176 courses with a great deal of success. I'm really happy about that. It's students putting the time in the summer to get back on track and to get their credits that they need so that they can have a successful graduation their senior year, or to maintain the diploma that over the summer as well. Special thanks to amazing staff for making the programming happen for our students. We've teamed up with the Vernon PAL to bring a summer camp to Lansbury Hollow. I thought we had a lot of participants at the board meeting tonight when all those cars were outside. It was the summer camp. But I do appreciate everyone in the crowd as well. Walnut Ridge School preschool program is expanding. We're adding 3 new classrooms to the school building this summer, plus 2 additional classes in partnership with local daycares, and I think that provides an excellent service for all of our all of our community members with 3 and 4-year-olds in the community for pretty much a free preschool education. There is a wait list, however, and we're working on that as the year progresses to see any possibilities of openings. I think we have over 300 students involved in that program. We've teamed, this summer, Vernon Township High School is buzzing with activity, holding a variety of youth sports camps, high school sports summer workouts, and band camp. You go up to the high school, you'll see kids outside in various activities. Congratulations to Samantha Janis, who was invited to compete in the New Balance Outdoor Nationals in the freshman division. She ran the 3rd fastest time of the year in the 100 meters and also performed well in the 200. We're also pleased to announce the district's Artist of the Month for July. The Vernon Township High School students' artwork is being displayed at the board office and municipal building. B, a harassment, intimidation, and bullying report for the month of June is in attachment A, and we have an enrollment report in attachment B as well. Recommendations. This is where it all happens since there's one meeting in July. Hopefully we get all this done so there's not much in August as well. There's also an addendum as well. Make sure you see that. Line 46 and a couple other appointments, CD as well. So it's quite a long list of appointments and corrections and hours adjustments. Take your time. I'm sure you looked that over already. Usually those are the questions I have in our agenda review. It is recommended that the board approve the following appointments for the 2025 ESY Extended School Year Program. We'll run Mondays through Fridays, and that was from 7/7 to 7/31 for a total of 19 days. And a lot of that is finding the right matches for aids and support for students during that program. Letter C, it is recommended that the board approve the following 2025-26 stipend appointments as listed below. Letter D, it is recommended that the board approve the following staff for summer 2025 curriculum work. Letter E, it is recommended that the board approve the following positions for the Vernon Township High School Summer Acceleration Program, which runs Monday through Friday and commences on June 23rd. We talked about those dates as well. There were RPO positions. Letter F, it is recommended that the board approve the following staff for freshman academy orientation and planning at the rate of $125 a day, not to exceed 25 total days. Letter G, it is recommended that the board approve the substitute teacher secretaries to be inactivated and no longer accepting per diem assignments for the 2025-26 school year. Letter H, it is recommended that the board approve the revision of resolution 2J1 from certified staff member approved for nights back attendance beyond stipend amount of $50. Accordingly, it is recommended that Leah LaChance be approved for the same number of nights, 43, and the same 24-25 amount noted in the original resolution in place of the prior staff member. Letter I, it is recommended that the board approve professional development in the table below. Notice that it doesn't have reference to Title II, the title funding. We're still waiting results on what type of, that funding was held as well. We have Title I funding, that's about it right now for sort of Title I, right?
I'm not sure if the Title I allocations came out yet, but
Title I hasn't come out either.
I'm not sure if I've heard anything about empowerment of Title I, though. I think empowerment has been Title II, III, and IV.
But these are necessary trainings for our staff. It is recommended that the board approve the random drug testing safety school reports for 2025, attachment C. It's recommended that the board approve the mentoring plan, attachment D. Letter L, it is recommended that the board approve the harassment, intimidation, and bullying reports reviewed at the June 12th, 2025 meeting. Letter M, it is recommended that the board approve adopting the Vernon Township School District Policy Manual for 2025-26 school year. Policy committee spent a lot of time on that. Letter N is recommended the board approve all certified teachers for bedside tutoring as needed for the 2025-26 school year. It's recommended that the board authorize the superintendent to extend offers of employment for 2025-26 school year via letter of intent during July and August. To such candidates, the superintendent deems worthy of employment upon terms as the superintendent deems advisable, consistent with applicable collective negotiations agreements and subject to ratification at a later date for the board. It's recommended the board approve the McKinney-Vento LEA general intent to collaborate between Vernon School District and Bergen County Special Services for 2025-26 school year. Funding for this program comes from the New Jersey Department of Education. Letter Q, it is recommended that the board approve the law enforcement against drugs or LEAD programs for the 2025-26 school year, which will encompass instruction for grades 5 and 7 by the Vernon Township Police Department. Letter R, it is recommended that the board approve the memorandum of understanding for live streaming video between the Vernon Township Police Department and Vernon Township Public School District for the 2025-26 school year in attachment A. Letter S, it is recommended the board approve the memorandum of agreement between the Vernon Township Police Department and the Vernon Township Public School District for the 2025-26 school year in attachment F. It is recommended that the board approve establishing, in letter T, an ERI class at Rolling Hills Primary School for the 2025-26 school year. In letter U, in accordance with Public Law 2001, Chapter 2299, amending Section 1 of the Public Law, 1982, Chapter 163, the school district's school and safety data systems report is attached, etc. In attachment J.
Whew. Okay.
I'm saving the next superintendent for the August meeting. You're welcome.
Can I get a motion for superintendent resolutions N2A through N2U?
So moved.
Second.
You read the addendum?
Questions or comments?
Yeah, I referenced the addendum
I'm
because
sorry,
they were
okay, I
separate.
just wasn't sure.
They're separate classes that were added at the high school, as well as a couple positions that were absent in the initial.
Questions?
Oh, I do have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
That was moved and seconded, I decided I missed that. Hold on, I wrote it down over here somewhere. It's in here. Oh, all right, we're talking about the federal funding being withheld. Now you're not even sure about Title I, II, and what's the other one, 4 that we get?
So Title II, so in general, Title II, 3, and 4, we have been impounded. We usually receive 2 and 4. I don't believe we receive any Title III funding here. In terms of Title I, we usually receive those allocations in July. I don't believe those have come out yet, but I also have not really heard much in terms of impoundment of Title I. So I think, it's still developing in terms of what funding we'll receive or won't receive.
I have one more question. The Perkins grant is also a federal funded thing, so have you heard anything about the Perkins grant not being funded going forward? It is.
That's good, because
That's all I have.
yeah, that's the CTEs.
Joe had a question.
Oh, John,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
understand recommendation H. Could you educate me, please?
That's to provide hours within the contract that there's not a stipend for, and that we would not include a stipend. Vinny, you want to speak to that a little bit more?
It says resolution 2JI. Where is that resolution? In the previous board meeting?
That's correct. So in a previous board meeting, someone was approved for this. However, that individual no
Person
longer.
changed.
Yeah, that person changed
So
basically.
the resolution of 2JI from board meeting last month? Or
I don't know off the top of my head. I have to go back and check, but it's the same wording. Just we changed the individual because that's not the person who is going to be.
job?
Yeah. Yep.
We're approving it for the year in advance, correct? No?
This is for this past year. What happened was we had someone resign in October of last year. This is the person who replaced them. So the person who resigned was originally approved to get these, and now we need to switch it to the person who replaced them after resignation.
Thank you.
Charlie?
That's a question, B, on B, there's this is not, is that an hourly rate for substitute teacher, or is that flat rate for the day? Looks like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th one down. Page 9.
I believe they're all hourly rates, and that person's rate is a per diem rate for the 4.25.
There might be a typo.
Charlie, are you talking about 5 down?
Yeah,
There's another one, there's
There's-
two,
yeah, a
there's
couple.
two others. So that must be in lieu of.
I will double check. I believe that all those are, I'd have to look in the contract, those are per diem rates for the subs, and all the other rates are hourly rates because they're aides.
that sounds right.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
it would have been nice to put slash per diem slash hourly.
So that's a pretty hefty amount. for a day, half a day. Our substitute teachers don't get that much, do they?
Our certified teachers do, and usually these needs are for specific needs. of
During the
students.
school year, what's the certified teacher sub get?
Certified sub or certified special ed
Certified
teacher?
sub,
The subs are 150 per day, but like I said, these are
for a
teachers with,
full day.
these are these are teachers that have specific certs for students in the ESY program. Yeah, I won't be here, but he's good break.
Leave a note for the replacement.
She's taking notes.
Very good.
Anyone else? Okay, I had one for item N2U, the student safety data, attachment G. I just noticed this today, but so we have like some just real changes here, like the number of incidents of violence, vandalism, substances, whatever, at the high school is 32, but then it says other incidents leading to removal, 328. What does that refer to? What are other incidents?
Well, I was looking at the changes from year to year, and I had her to segregate some of this data that I was gonna share with Mrs. Mendez as well, to see what numbers are going up and why. I do know at the high school, some of the incidents have increased because of the cell phone policy, but it didn't make up the difference. Like, a lot of these incidents have gone up. Are you looking at SSDS?
Yeah.
Right, so like I said, I was probably gonna have a discussion with
A
our next
more detailed
superintendent to-
discussion.
To dig a little bit deeper. A lot of the principals and the people I wanted to talk to were not in this week, but that would be my follow-up with those principals, to have the discussion of why is there upward trend with certain incidents. I started doing that the last couple of days, and the only thing I noticed was at the high school, there was quite a bit of increase because of the cell phone policy, but that wasn't the total difference. So those discussions would be had with the high school and middle school principals and assistant principals.
Okay, so you're talking about the increase from the previous year, which I didn't even see on here, but I was more asking and it's just I'm sure it's just something I'm not aware of, but there's the incidents column with the little asterisk that says violence, vandalism, substances, weapons, and HIB confirmed, and then there's a column that says other incidents leading to removal. Am I wrong? Like, does that mean removal from school? And if so,
It means removal from class. So
from
that could
class?
be
So it could be,
an ISS as well as an OSS.
okay, I see. All right, I just didn't understand what that difference was. All right, so when you do that trend data, you're gonna share it with us
Yes.
as well?
Well, yes, when the trend, that conversation will be probably a good follow-up in one of our probably committee meetings to do an analysis of what happened with some of these. I know that some of the restraints and inclusions may be specific to specific students at what grade levels they're at the time, because we had decreased them in past years. So I think we could have discussions about those in some of our committee meetings.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. We're ready for roll call. Does anybody else have any? Roll call, Mr. Slamb?
Dr. Ross,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes.
Ms. Vaccarello,
Yes.
Mr. Zimmerman,
Yes.
Mr. Semaglia,
Yes.
Mr. Cantina,
Yes.
Mr. Fisher,
Aye.
Mr. Kraus,
Yes.
Ms. Pellet,
Yes.
motion carries.
Item O, Mr. Slamb?
So first, I just wanted to start off by echoing some of Ms. Pellet's sentiments earlier about Mr. Rogers' retirement. Just want to add that I'm very grateful to be a part of Mr. Rogers' time here. It's been a privilege to work with him. And that as his BA, I'm extremely sad to see him go, but as his friend, I wish him a very restful and joy-filled retirement. And it's very well deserved. And I look forward to seeing you come back at our next budget meeting so I can talk about excess surplus and fund balance. He asked me to talk about it tonight. The meeting got a little long, so I cut it out of the speech. But boy, were you guys in for a good presentation on that. But all kidding aside, it's been great working with you, and now you will be missed.
thank you for teaching me so much about school budgets in the last couple of years, Ray. I really do appreciate it because we had to dig deep and make a lot of cuts to survive these state cuts. And I'm very happy at where we're leaving the school district right now in the current year's budget to be able to achieve and meet your goals. And I think some of them will be academic and some of them will be facility related this year that you'll be able to reach this year. So I'm excited about the upcoming year with Mrs. Mendez as well.
And I look forward to going over all the financials just as in depth with you as well. So, discussion informational items. Use of buildings and grounds, letter A, as noted below. Letter B is field trips, as noted below. And then letter C is just a reminder that petitions for November elections are due by Monday, July 28th at 4 p.m. to the Sussex County Clerk's Office for anyone interested in running for a Board of Education position. Number 2 is recommendations. You'll notice, just as I'm calling this out, on the addendum, you'll see the reports were included on the addendum. It's attachment F5 and F6. That'll be for letter A and B that I'm about to read. Actually, letter B I'm about to read. That's because we're in June, which is what month these reports are for. That's the last month of our financial year. So it takes a bit longer to close out the entire year. So that's why a little bit of a delay in getting those reports. So item A. Is recommended the board approve the following financial reports as noted below. That's attachment F4. Letter B, approval of the board secretaries and treasurers reports. As noted below, it's attachment F5 and F6. Those are the 2 attachments that were included on the addendum. Letter C, is recommended the board approve transportation as listed below. You have the July 2025 transportation quotes. So quoted routes, quoted trips. We have bids that were received on June 11th for extended school year results. You have the jointure with the High Point Regional Board of Education, jointure with Sussex Wantage. And then letter D, you have sent for 2025-2026, whereas the Special Services Department has determined that individual students require special education placement based on their individual needs, whereas Special Services Department has determined that services are needed will continue until June 30, 2026, whereas the Special Services Department has determined that the school/services below is the most appropriate placement. Therefore, be resolved, the Vernon Township Board of Education approves the contracts as listed below. Letter E, is recommended the board approve the disposition of the following items as they're either obsolete or in disrepair. Letter F, it is recommended that the board approve the SAFE, that's the School Alliance Insurance Fund assessment proposal for the 25-26 fund year in the amount of $1,450,000, $1,450,497. That's attachment F7. Letter G is recommended the board approve the turn-in renewal agreement for 25-26 school year in an amount of $8,473. That's attachment F8. Letter H is recommended the board approve the submission of the application and the acceptance of funds for the 25-26 Perkins v. CTE grant in the following amounts. Just a quick note, we did receive notification that those amounts would change slightly, so you'll be seeing this resolution again. But we felt it was important to get an acceptance on an approval for putting the application in. So you'll probably see a revised resolution moving forward, probably in August for that. Letter I is recommended the board approve renewing the policy alert and support system contract with Strauss Esme Associates, LLP, for July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. Total cost is $5,015. Letter J is recommended that the board approve the agreement between Vernon Township Board of Education and the Atlantic Health System, that's Spartan Newton Urgent Care, for the provision of medical service, including drug and alcohol testing and physical examinations, effective July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. It's recommended the board accept the donations of the following items from Agri Environmental, as noted below. I just want to stop to say thank you and that we appreciate those donations and working with the district to get those delivered to help the students in our programs. Letter L is recommended that the board approve independent contractors as the EB operator for the school district. Letter M is recommended that the board approve the following resolution as noted below. The short version of that is essentially that the threshold for bidding has gone up. Since I have my QPA, it's gone from 44,000 to 53,000, which results in also the quote threshold going up. That quote threshold is 15% of the new bid threshold. Stuff that BAs get excited about, but no one else even knows happens. All right, so letter N, application for toilet room facilities for intervention, pre-kindergarten, preschool programs, and kindergarten classrooms as noted below. This is related to the PEA program. Letter O, application for dual use of educational space, as noted below. Letter P is recommended the board approve the quasi-entity for the Vernon Township School District. That's Walnut Ridge School SCA, which is new. Letter Q, it is recommended the board approve Willens, Golden, and Spencer, PA, as bond counsel. Letter R is recommended the board approve Raymond Slamb, the business administrator / board secretary, in accordance with NJSA 18A, 18A-21B, is authorized to publicly receive bids, unseal them, and announce the contents. In the absence or unavailability of the qualified purchasing agent, the Board of Education authorizes Pamela Kachar, assistant to the business administrator, to publicly receive bids, unseal them, and announce the contents. The effective date of this recommendation is July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. Letter S is recommended the board approve the non-resident tuition agreement for student number 22594 for the 25-26 school year as an 11th grade student. Tuition will be $16,287. Letter T is recommended the board approve the 2026 senior prom contract with Blue Arrow Farm in an amount of $12,051.80. That's attachment F9. Letter U is recommended the board approve Skyland's urgent care for mandatory school drug and alcohol testing for 25-26 school year. Letter V is recommended the board approve the following resolution. Whereas it is recommended the board approve an award for the snow plowing / sweeping services for Vernon Township School District, whereas one sealed bid for said services was received from Earth Tech Associates, whereas the Vernon Township Board of Education will accept the bid for snow plowing / sweeping services at the Vernon Township Schools District. Therefore, be resolved that the Vernon Township Board of Education hereby awards the contract for snow plowing / sweeping services to Earth Tech Associates, Inc. in accordance with the July 11, 2025 bid in the following amounts, as noted below. Letter W is recommended the board approve and accept the 25-26 application funds for the IDA consolidated grant as noted below. Letter X is recommended the board approve payment to Mashia's Food Services for the supplemental billing for labor differential during the 24-25 school year in an amount of $66,900. Letter Y is recommended the board approve the list of additions and deletions to the fixed asset list. That's attachment F10. Letter Z is recommended the business administrator and the food service management company by the business administrator and the food services management company that the board approve a 25-cent increase for breakfast at each level and 25-cent increase for lunch at each level as noted below. Letter AA is recommended that the board approve the proposal from Beasley for deadly weapons protection for the 25-26 school year in an amount of $8,000. That's everything.
That is everything. Okay, great. Can I get a motion to approve the business administrator's resolutions 02A through 02AA?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Stephanie, Carl. Questions or comments?
I have one.
Here we go with Carl.
Okay. So I noticed on the out-of-district placements that there is one student being sent to a location that's not on the list of approved public.
I think Ray said that he found out that it was.
Yeah, so I did reach out, and that's actually a state placement, and I confirmed with the director of special education that it is on the approved private school list.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to look at item J. It's recommended the board approve Vernon Township and Atlantic Health System. I know we sent out to other places for drug and alcohol testing, but it also says physical exams. Don't we have Dr. Fisher that does that? I'm just, the physical exam stuff? Or have we changed it? I don't know.
Do you have history on Dr. Fisher?
I think we mentioned, I think we put him as the doctor of
Yeah,
record.
we just voted on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's our school physician, but I believe students get their own physicals to participate in activities, correct? I know some of the board members have, I think our students get their own physicals, correct? For sports?
Yeah.
They do, but why do we need to approve an urgent care to provide them then if they're getting?
Well, some
Um,
of the type of
So,
physical.
these physicals wouldn't necessarily be related to sports. These physicals will be related to be random drug testing or the ability to return to school.
Thank you for
Oh,
clearing
okay.
that up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I have one more thing. I just want to comment that the labor differential number was over 90,000 that they asked for, and I would just want to congratulate you. Thank you for bringing it down to 66.9. Good job.
Thanks. And I just want to say the food service program, even with that differential, still made a profit of about $100,000. It might profit it's not an actual profit, right? It goes directly back into the program because that's the only way you're actually allowed to spend the money.
Ray?
So AA is recommended the board approve the proposal from Beasley for deadly weapons protection for $8,000. What exactly is that? Like bulletproof vests?
That's a separate insurance we talked about.
So it's a separate coverage that's been recommended by our insurance broker that we didn't previously have under SAFE. And it would cover, any incidences that would involve, deadly weapons. Unfortunately, it's something that, schools have had to start to think more about in terms of, insurance.
All right,
But that's why it's something new that we haven't seen in the past.
okay.
So Beasley is an insurance company?
Yep. Yeah, so it's, Beasley, yep. But it was, the quotes were received through SAFE, so through our insurance broker. It was something that was missing from the initial SAFE package that they went out, and based off of the environment, they went and looked at different options, and then they brought this option to us with a recommendation.
So I have,
Joe?
I'm done.
about SAFE, the proposal of 1.4, how does that compare to last year, and what did we budget for this?
So, I don't have the number off the top of my head. It was probably about a, maybe 3 to 5% increase, I would say. We were anticipating a 12% increase. So that means that we were able to,
Came in under budget.
yeah, come in under budget, which is great. Yeah.
Same thing with the regards to the snow plowing.
So that is going to depend greatly on the weather, right?
Right,
But
but
yeah.
what was the bid? I mean, this says cost is
Is it like per
7,000.
incident or?
So it's per inch.
Is it something the same as
That
last
could,
year?
that could get ugly.
I'd have to go back and check, because I actually revamped the bid specs this year, so I don't know that.
Apples, though.
I have to go back and see if it was apples to apples, but I can check. It is the provider that we currently have.
Right.
Usually you hope for more competition, right? But we only received the one bid, so.
Do a good job.
Yeah, I have no complaints. I've heard no complaints with the services they've been providing, so.
Thank you.
The bids, I just wanted that, that's, we only, one bid was awarded per route, right? It got confusing for a second, but then I reread it. The bids for the buses, SR 16, section C, SR 16, SR 17.
I'm headed back up, yeah.
I just want to make sure I read it right.
Yeah, so,
We took the lowest bid, right? And then-
yes.
Yeah, okay. And then I just had a question. I mean, we got these, I love donations, and I think it's great, and I appreciate when people reach out. But what's an $80 computer? I mean, if I can sell an $80 computer to one of my clients, they would love me, but I think
Scrolling down, sorry. Hold on.
That's the estimated resale value. He's donating all of the, or Agra is donating all this to schools, and
So you can
we're
see the
saying
model number.
estimated value of the donation. For
yeah,
tax
so they're
purposes.
They're
okay.
used
It's not
computers?
for,
No, I'm not saying we're buying it. I know
Yeah.
we're getting it, but is it useful, I guess, is that?
Is it the actual, oh yeah, it is, or the,
Like, some of the stuff is
what
great,
does
yeah.
workstation mean? Does it mean like, is that the actual, just a computer, or is that?
Charlie,
You know,
that's
'cause
going to be
we-
your new computer.
Yeah, 'cause-
That's
okay,
for you.
that's-
I was actually gonna set it up tonight for you.
You know, because there's a cost
It's
associated.
Workstation's a desktop computer.
There's a cost
Okay.
associated with getting rid of it, right?
Yeah.
So if it's not useful for a year, we're probably paying more to accept the donation.
Well, I think they're for science labs, so they
Okay.
maybe have a specific use. So instead of being like an actual,
Oh, are these for stuff? Dr. Shep, what? Okay.
We were, Mr. Fury was wonderful to give us this amazing donation. We had computer parts and pieces and things like that Mr. Lasso was able to go through, and he could glean anything that he felt we could use to supplement what we already had.
Okay.
So that was any computer, we're not planning on giving this computer to
So
you.
it's, or for a student, right? No
Or
students are
anyone.
gonna
And it's
be.
not for the science labs,
Okay.
so I just want to clear that part up. So, yeah, Nick went through everything to see, Mr. Lasso went through anything that he thought we could possibly use, pieces, parts, any type of technology that he thought we could use. He didn't take anything to have to get rid of it, so.
So our
We
IT
all-
supervisor screened it all.
Okay,
I took all the lab stuff.
She did the science app.
got it.
It's a nice list you have there for science.
Yes.
Hot plates, scales, temperature gun. That was it.
That's it, okay. For item S, I just want to confirm that non-resident tuition agreement, that's money that we're getting, the tuition we're getting for that student?
That-
Yeah,
That's
something
correct.
We talked about it
Okay.
earlier closed sessions.
Okay, got it. All right, that's all I had. So do we want to move to roll call? Oh, anybody else?
All set?
Yeah.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Ms. Vaccarello?
Yes.
Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes.
Mr. Semaglia?
Yes.
Mr. Contino?
Yes.
Mr. Fisher?
Aye.
Mr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Pellet?
Yes.
Dr. Ross?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, item P, public comment. Do we have anyone from the public who would like to comment? Can finish chewing first.
Anthony Rossi, Burn Township.
Don't forget to sign in. I'll give you a second to finish.
I'll sign it in.
Okay.
I just want to say, it's a pleasure to see some of the art coming out of my office. So from students, their art exhibit is right out in front of my office, so it's a pleasure to see that. One of the things I found really cool was the Kelly Mitchell's giving that assessment. I think sometimes we always lose how we're doing as the elected officials, so it was good kind of to see where we gauge on some things and where we can improve. And I thought that was a pretty nice addition to the meeting tonight, just throwing it out there. One of the things that you guys kept talking about was how to communicate with the public, right? Social media and all those kinds of things. I believe you guys have an app, but I wasn't going to mention this, but you'll hear it hot off the press now that Vernon Township is going to go live with our own application for the township. And one of the things in there we could add Board of Education. So if you guys want access to that section, and you want to put something out there, you guys can do that part of it yourself. This way, if you can get communication out there, it'll have notifications. I'll give out the whole display of the app. Again, I wasn't prepared to talk about that, but I know it was a subject today about how to get communication out there more. So if that's a way it's another way of bringing us a little bit together as well as a community. So I'll be more than happy to tell. That's a pretty cool app, and looking forward to the release. We just started building it, so we'll work out some of the kinks, and then we'll go ahead and release that live soon. Early June, I may mess up her name, Hordich, she from Rolling Hills, all of our students sent me some very nice letters. They expressed their appreciation for everything that we've been doing in the town. They also asked, they gave me some of their ideas, some of the things that they want. And I will tell you, I have read every single one of them. And then I had some of my staff read them as well. Some of them were the inclusive park, rubber mulch in the playgrounds, garden planters, and a splash park, which I thought was a great idea. But I have to say the most inspiring was that they just didn't say, hey, we just want, right? They all asked to work for it. raise money to sell lemonade. I mean, they all look to fundraise these items, and I thought that was really great to see that we have a younger generation coming out that's not just looking for the handout. So they were willing to work for it. So it speaks volumes for the children in Vernon and our future society. So congratulations on the test scoring. That's all got up. I come maybe a little old school background where I know some of the school, the teachers would, I know some of the administration would get beat up on the lower test scores. I come from a generation where it's, where's the responsibility in the children and parents, right? That's just where I come from and all, you know, from my background. But happy to see that everything's got up, and it shows that I know coming out of COVID was tough for all the kids, and to see, I mean, there's still some, today we're still going through the challenges of finances and coming out of that horrible time frame, and it's good to see that that the kids are coming out of that too, and it's good to see that everything is going up. So really good to see that. Anyway, tomorrow we have the Safety Town graduation at the PAL. So there'll be a bunch of students there as well. And I just want to say, enjoy, Russ, your retirement. It's been really a pleasure, and I got a friend out of this, and you'll be missed. So I appreciate you opening up the door for my administration to come in and help try to find ways that we could save money, and we've done that. And I hope to keep saying that. So I think we'll do great things, and I think it's very good. So thank you guys again for everything, and that's it.
I'll see you at Safety Town tomorrow. Mrs. Sparta made sure there was a representative there from the schools.
Take care, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Any other public comments online? No? No attendees, okay. Anyone else in the public who would like to comment? No? Okay. Item Q, open board member forum. Anyone like to, oh, Ray. I'm looking at my usuals.
Well, yeah, it's every now and then, you know,
Yeah,
something
it's
comes
good.
out of
It's
the
good to have a
corner.
change.
So I would just like to say that, you know, many years back, there was always talk about selling this building, which it may have given us a temporary money, but not significant to make any changes. But to see over 300 kids back in the building, this is where my two kids started. Of course, Zimmerman was all the way down the end of the hall, like 2 blocks away, but, you know, so it is good to see the building with a lot of kids in it, and I do applaud Russ for helping with Vinny and lots of other people spearheading with Ray, the whole kindergarten, pre-K situation, and it's a good thing, and good luck, Russ. You're gonna be missed.
Thank you. I want to thank all the staff involved in pulling together a full-day kindergarten on December 16th as well. So it was quite the accomplishment.
Yep.
From teachers, custodians, administrators, there's a lot of work that went behind that.
Russ, you have spearheaded our district through some of the most difficult times it's probably ever faced. And you did it with such grace and an appreciation for the community. And I just want to thank you for your service, and thank you for all I've learned from you. As a new teacher myself, I've modeled a lot of how I've seen you handle stress and my day-to-day activities of managing a class of 30 kids. And I just want to thank you for your service to our district and wish you the best in your retirement.
We all share that sentiment.
I just want to thank everyone on the board for the support these 3 years. They haven't been easy where things started, and I'm pretty happy at where we're at now. And being a growth mindset person, it's nice to see growth, and that's not just from one part of the community. It's the board member support as well, and everything that everyone does in every one of their individual committees for the school as well.
Thank you.
Good luck, Russ.
Oh, thought we were gonna escape, but.
There'll be no old business at the next board meeting.
I just want to say thank you, Russ, for your time, and I'm glad you got to leave on a high note with those. I'm glad
Yeah.
grades came out before you left.
You're going to see more too.
So, and you know, I think your leadership, the leadership of the rest of the administration, just it was just great, a great way to end the year, just seeing those grades come up and beat the state average, so good job there, and good luck with, good luck, and
You'll see me mow my lawn,
I'll
Charlie.
see you, yeah. Throw some cans and stuff on your lawn.
I know where you live too, you'll come back.
Come visit us sometime. Okay, anyone else? Is that it? Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Go with Carol and Ray. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I think you're the only one who said aye.
I said aye.